Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to the 24th Annual North American Institute for Critical Animal Studies conference. And we are very excited about this year's lineup of speakers and also that all of you are here to join us today. And I am your host, Laura Schleifer, and I'll be telling you a little bit about ICAST to start off with. So the Institute for Critical Animal Studies is a very unique organization. It is rooted in animal liberation and anarchism. It's an international, intersectional, transformative, holistic, theory to action, activist led based scholarly think tank to unapologetically explain, examine, be in solidarity with, and be part of radical and revolutionary actions, theories, groups, movements for total liberation, and to dismantle all systems of domination and oppression in the hopes of a just, equitable, inclusive, and peaceful world. We are a fully volunteer international scholarly think tank. We have a budget from less than $4,000 US globally. And we have chapters all over the world in all the world's continents. And we are dedicated to having them model in their own individual and collective work that scholars can be activists and also that activists can be scholars. So we work with people from all over the world. Um, all right, so I am going to introduce our first speaker. And our first speaker today is Isabella La Roca Gonzalez. So, Isabella La Roca Gonzalez is an award-winning artist, author, and activist. Her photographs have been exhibited internationally, including a solo show at the Center for Photography in Woodstock, New York. Awards for her work include the Ferguson Grant from the Friends of Photography in San Francisco, California for excellence and commitment to the field of photography. She received her BA in Fine Arts from the University of Pennsylvania and her MFA in photography from Indiana University. After 30 years teaching art and photography on the post-secondary level, she has left academia to devote herself full-time to her art practice. And Isabella is going to be speaking to us today about censored landscapes. So welcome, Isabella.
Hello. Hi. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Laura and Anthony, for organizing this important conference. I'm so excited to be here to learn from all of you and to share my work with you. It's just essential that we all cross-pollinate and share what we've been doing. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Is everyone seeing? Oh, hang on. Is everyone seeing that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So, yep, I'm here to talk about my long-term project, Censored Landscapes, the hidden reality of farming animals. Censored Landscapes evolved from my trip to photograph an egg farm in Turlock, California, where 50,000 hens had been abandoned. They were left without food or water in the rusted battery cages where they'd been crammed their entire lives. The filthy, empty warehouse I photographed told a story of immense suffering. Even before they'd been abandoned, the hens' lives were hellish. Each hen had less cage to stand on than an 8.5 by 11-inch sheet of paper. The cages are on the second floor so that the waste falls to the first floor, where it is only cleaned out periodically, so the smell and fumes are toxic. I photographed the facility a year after the hens were abandoned, and the ammonia stench of urine still lingered, even though the space was not fully enclosed. Oops, so sorry. There we go. I've always loved American landscape photography with its history of advancing conservationist and environmental causes. A landscape photograph is a love song to the ecological implications contained within its frame. This photograph was the first in a series of photographs around which Censored Landscapes hinges. Over the next 5 years, I photographed the banal warehouses and fenced-in wastelands where colossal numbers of animals are bred, confined, and slaughtered. I photographed egg farms, farms where chickens are raised for their flesh, farms where cows are raised for their milk, duck farms, turkey farms, pig farms, farms where pigeons are raised for squab, fish farms, goat farms, rabbit farms, livestock auctions, feedlots, and slaughterhouses. But please note, there are no graphic images of cruelty in this project. I have the utmost respect, admiration, and gratitude for the photographers and journalists who infiltrate animal agricultural facilities to expose the barbaric conditions endured by the animals confined there. This is not that project. I am not brave enough, and I do not have the heart. Nor is this project necessarily about the bad apples or particular incidents of cruelty, though there are countless examples. Censored Landscapes scrutinizes standard industry practices, business as usual. To emphasize that the animals in these facilities are complex, sentient individuals, I also made portraits of animals either on the facilities or rescued from such facilities. This is a photograph of Kelsey, who is one of the 4,460 survivors of the abandoned egg farm in Turlock. Kelsey spent the rest of her life at Harvest Home Animal Sanctuary, where I took this photograph. As the project developed, I felt compelled to fully portray the reality of this unnatural, ruthless, and secretive industry with research. I created lists that enumerate well-documented facts about the industry, including about the standard treatment of the different species of animals exploited by the industry. So, for example, as a hen raised for her eggs, Kelsey's beak was painfully seared off when she was just a chick, with no anesthesia. Consider that a chicken's beak is as sensitive as a human finger. Imagine having your finger chopped off without anesthesia. Even before she was abandoned, Kelsey was starved for extended periods until she lost about 1/3 of her body weight to stimulate egg production. Consider that chickens see all the colors humans do, and they also see ultraviolet and infrared, and they see more nuance in the colors they perceive than we do. And yet, also to stimulate egg laying, artificial light is alternated with periods of darkness. This for a being who sees more colors than we do. Even if she had not been abandoned, Kelsey would have been gassed or slaughtered when she no longer produced enough eggs to be profitable at 1 to 2 years old, which is much younger than her natural lifespan. Consider that chickens are excluded from the U.S. Federal Humane Methods of Slaughter Act and from the Animal Welfare Act. Also consider that the current rate at which chickens are permitted to be slaughtered is 140 birds per minute. And some facilities have obtained permission to slaughter up to 175 birds per minute. The industry humane washes the treatment of the chickens it exploits by claiming that their eggs are cage-free. However, hens in these cage-free facilities are not required to have access to the outdoors, nor are there any requirements as to the amount of space each hen is allowed. USDA cage-free labeling is a voluntary, fee-based service. For these facilities to remain profitable, the hens are almost always intensively confined, and the conditions are deplorable. For each landscape, I researched the number of animals confined, bred, or slaughtered there. The numbers are displayed in the captions. As you might imagine, these numbers can be difficult to obtain. The industry has a vested interest in suppressing awareness about the reality of these places. They've attempted to pass ag-gag laws that criminalize photographing sites of animal agriculture in more than half of U.S. state legislatures. Even though ag-gag laws are in violation of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, as of December 2022, they were still in effect in 6 states. I did not photograph in those states. I didn't break laws in order to make the photographs in this project. However, I was not welcome, and on several occasions I was threatened, verbally assaulted, and chased. In most of the jurisdictions where these facilities are located, law enforcement is always on the side of the livestock operators, no matter who is right. Storytelling is at the heart of Censored Landscapes. Stories intimately engage the reader and create trust and empathy. The book includes poems and stories about an opaque and exploitive industry, stories of existential crisis, of indigeneity and colonization, of conflict with livestock operators, stories of greenwashing, of family, of love and sanctuary, of connection with the animals exploited by the industry and connection with all beings. This is an excerpt from my story titled Photographing Henry. The day I met Henry, I resisted photographing him. I hung out on the ground with my camera around my neck. Henry moved with deliberate grace, as if carrying inside him something weighty and precious. Generations of animal agriculture breeding transformed the bronze iridescence of his wild ancestors to shimmering white that, if Henry had been slaughtered as originally intended, would have produced flesh more appealing to consumers. Henry promenaded over to me, studying me with wary, soulful eyes. I greeted him in a voice gentle as warm mist. I spoke to him of the weather, of the trees and the bird song, of his beauty. He edged nearer and nearer, listening closely. I sang a Mexican canción ranchera my mom used to sing. He pressed against my arm. He liked when I caressed his head. He especially liked when I scratched under his wings. Then he placed his dinosaur foot on my sneaker. This became his customary greeting. The story of photographing Henry continues, then ends like this. The animals I photographed for this project serve as ambassadors of their species. Their images are meant to individualize the vast numbers of farmed animals bred, confined, and slaughtered. The thing I've most treasured about making their portraits is that, like thoughtful conversation, or dancing tango, or singing harmony, portraiture presents a compelling opportunity to intertwine my consciousness with another's. I delight in the process. Rest in peace, Henry, my cherished friend. Censored Landscapes also includes well-researched descriptions of other facets of the industry, including the breeding process. For example, virtually all turkeys raised for food are bred using a process called artificial insemination. The following is paraphrased from an industry description of the process. A worker stimulates the male genitals by massaging the abdomen and the area over the testes. While pushing on the tail with one hand, he milks the sperm from the genitals with the thumb and forefinger of the other hand. To inseminate a hen, a worker massages her genitals until her oviduct protrudes. He then inserts a syringe containing sperm into her oviduct. The majority of farmed animals are bred using similarly abhorrent practices. The industry particularly exploits the female reproductive system. The potential for motherhood means a special kind of torment for farmed animals. For example, for most of her adult life, a sow is imprisoned in a metal crate so small that she cannot turn around. She will chew on the metal bars, wave her head incessantly, and show other signs of insanity. Then she and her piglets are put in a metal farrowing crate while she is lactating, also not large enough for her to turn around. Then her piglets are taken from her, and she is again artificially impregnated. I took this photograph in the desert on a day when the temperature reached 116 degrees Fahrenheit. After just 20 minutes out of my air-conditioned car, my face was brick red and I felt lightheaded. I had to replace my car battery from running the AC to stay cool. But these animals are out there all day, every day, standing in their own feces with no shade and only water from a dirty concrete tub to drink. As part of this project, I created lists of impacts caused by farming animals, including health impacts, economic impacts, and environmental impacts. So, for example, though environmentalists have fought courageously against the fossil fuel industry, the movement has almost entirely ignored animal agriculture, which, according to a 2004 study by the United Nations, is responsible for 18% of greenhouse gases, more than all the transportation in the world, including cars, trains, and planes. A 2009 World Watch Institute report found that the industry accounts for 51% of greenhouse gases. No matter how it is analyzed, animal agriculture is certainly a leading cause of climate change, deforestation, ocean acidification, habitat destruction, loss of biodiversity, and mass species extinction. It will take time and billions of dollars to switch to renewable forms of energy and to more environmentally harmonious ways of living. Certainly, we must push those in power to make these changes, but we don't have to depend on corporations and governments. We have the power to change the world every day, several times a day, with our choice of what we consume. I also included work in this project from poets and authors whose work has inspired me, including William Blake's The Lamb and an excerpt from Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. This photograph is paired with this excerpt from the 8th Duino Elegy by Rilke. If there was a consciousness like ours in the sure creature that moves towards us on a different track, it would drag us round in its wake. But its own being is boundless, unfathomable, and without a view of its condition, pure as its outward gaze. And where we see future, it sees everything, and itself in everything, and is healed forever. In response to particular photographs in the series, I asked scholars, poets, and activists to contribute to the project. In response to this photograph, ecofeminist author and founder of Vine Sanctuary, Patrice Jones, contributed an essay titled Pigeons Persist, in which she weaves a story of the human relationship with these birds, of their resilience, and of how they must perceive humans. She wrote, "I can't not see the birds not flying in that sky. But I know that nature abhors a vacuum, including the amorality and absence of empathy in the hearts of the owners and operators of that site of concentrated cruelty. Someday, one way or another, it will be gone, but pigeons will persist." The project also includes research regarding the reality of the industry for the workers, including gross economic inequities. They, their families, and their communities also suffer emotional trauma and diminished health. The majority of workers in the industry are people of color. An unknown but substantial number of workers are undocumented. They are poorly compensated and egregiously exploited. In one of the most dangerous industries in the country, they cannot advocate for themselves for fear of deportation. or worse. Censored Landscapes examines animal agriculture, as well as the animal rights movement, social justice movements, and society in general from an eco-feminist perspective. It's my fervent wish that this project helps spark a transformation from systems of exploitation and domination to a culture of cooperation and compassion. Censored Landscapes has been published as a book by Lantern Publishing and Media. It is available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. I'll put the book website that includes links to the booksellers as well as other details in the chat. As you may know, this topic is often met with indifference, resistance, or overt hostility, and yet it affects every one of us every day. Addressing the gross injustice of animal agriculture would go a long way to solving the most pressing problems of our time. What I'd love most for this book is that it could be found in every library in the country. Please request this book at your local or university library. And now I'm going to stop my share, and I would love to hear your questions or your comments or concerns or your thoughts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Isabella. That was a great presentation. Okay, if you have a question, please put it in the chat.
And I'm putting the book website in the chat.
Okay,
Looks
we're
like
getting some comments saying thank you.
yes.
So I have a question while we're waiting. This is not specifically related to the presentation, but I'm just curious. When you decided to leave academia and pursue art making full time, was bringing up these issues a factor in that? Were you getting kind of a hostile reaction from academia? Did that play any role in your decision?
I wouldn't say hostile. I would say completely and totally indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't want to know. My colleagues didn't want to know. The institutions didn't want to know. As long as I was, kind of stepping up with all the requirements of what I needed to do as an academic, exhibiting. I'm an artist, so I had to exhibit. I had to present at conferences, but they didn't care what I was, presenting about, and pretty much just kind of ignored it. I had an exhibition at the last college where I taught in the art gallery, and it was 4 different women artists presenting about water-related issues called Gaia Weeps. Not one single colleague came to the opening. Not one. Like nobody. And I'm talking about colleagues in the whole college. It's a small liberal arts college with, I think, 1,400 professors. Nobody. Which, I mean, it's so absurd, it's laughable that the kind of just resistance to knowing about this. The person who replaced me, I think I brought up that I found a publisher for my book when we meet occasionally. And when we met, I said, oh yeah, I found a publisher for my book. And she was like, oh, the vegan book?
Oh,
And first of all, the word vegan is not anywhere in the book, but anything to do with animal agriculture, immediately you have to be a vegan. That's all, that's for the vegans. Oh, the vegan,
Right.
so yeah, so I got no, I mean, I can't say I got no support because I'm eternally grateful for having been able to teach for all those years and for the professional development support that I got as a professor. Um, but it wasn't because of the subject that I was involved in. It was just kind of the kind of pro forma thing that happens with professors. So
Right. I mean, it's really interesting because you would think that, if anywhere would be a place that people would be conscious of what's going on or concerned about what's going on, it would be in academia. And yet that was, complete disinterest and dismissiveness. And I'm wondering, like, I'm thinking about that famous Gandhi saying that I always think about of, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. And it's like they think that they're still in the ignoring phase, apparently. Um,
yeah.
how long is it going to take for them to be put on the spot enough to have to respond, I almost feel like the society at large, in a way, is responding more to this question of, what role, if any, can animal agriculture play in, a planet that has finite resources than academia, paradoxically.
I should say that the college where I had that exhibition and where I last taught is in central Kentucky,
Okay,
which I'm probably the only vegan for 35 miles. Like there might be a few like that go vegan for a minute and then like, oh my God, there's nowhere I can eat. I mean, even vegan options are difficult in rural Kentucky. So
right.
I'm sure it would be different in, different parts of the world or different parts of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in Kentucky, they're going to have kind of a vested interest in keeping animal agribusiness going. Although I will say that, even when you're in some more urban areas, in my experience, maybe there wouldn't be as much dismissiveness. Maybe there would be more like outright mockery or hostility, which is probably why I kind of, initially asked that question, expecting it would be more that sort of thing. But that's interesting because you would think that in a place like Kentucky, they would feel extra defensive. Um, no, it just was,
Yeah.
I guess it was just like such a marginalized viewpoint there that I couldn't even conceive of it being a threat.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because I lived for 21 years in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I got much more mockery or like, oh, she's gonna start talking about the animals again. Oh, I gotta go organize my sock drawer. Like just they were much more familiar with it and therefore, as you said, more defensive. Whereas here, I mean, I live in rural Kentucky and my neighbors, it's really different. I've never lived in a rural place, and my neighbors, none of them are vegan, but they have been much more curious and much more kind of excited about like, I mean, I'm in horse country. It's horrible. But like one of my neighbors down the street who loves horses was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta stop eating meat. It's just terrible. It's just terrible." So it's just I feel like there's maybe because there's less in your faceness about it, there's more likely that they're willing to have an exchange about it.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I guess no exposure means that it stands out more. Whereas in a place like maybe San Francisco, there's just such a bombardment of
Yeah.
what they consider to be, vegan propaganda that they just sort of tune it out.
Yeah.
Um,
Although the
yeah,
community is much larger. I mean, you can go to demonstrations and potlucks, and there's just a lot more vegans and vegan sympathetic people. So in that way, it's great. So
mhm,
yeah, it's still
yeah,
it's a hard struggle.
yeah, definitely. Very hard, especially because, of course, the actual, you know, ultimately oppressed class in the struggle isn't able to participate in those conversations, or at least in a way that people will hear and try to understand them. And so therefore, it's really like what Carol Adams talks about, the absent referent. It's like, it's
Yeah.
easy to dismiss an ally. It's not so easy, although some people do it, but it's not as easy to dismiss the actual individual that's being harmed and say, oh, well, your rights don't matter, you're not important. um, but in this case, it is much easier to dismiss, to ridicule, for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I love about Patrice Jones' work, which I first read in Anthony's, in the book he edited called Sparking a Revolution, which for me was like, I so love that book. And in she runs Vine Sanctuary, and she is always telling stories of animal agency. They are not voiceless. We're just deaf to their voices, or we try to be deaf to their voices. I think that's very important to know, that even though all the forces of capitalism are trying really hard to suppress their voices, they still have voices. They have that agency, or they can have agency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. But I think, it's kind of the sort of thing where you are, it's really an important point, I think, for all of us, this idea of disrupting normatives, right? This idea of going into a space where that's not being discussed. They haven't been exposed to those ideas, and everyone just, accepts this norm, and then you're the one agitator that's, kind of like breaking through that illusion. It's gonna get a lot more attention in some ways, but at the same time, it's kind of like there's the flip side of that, which is that it was easier for them, within academia, to just marginalize your perspective to the point of it not even registering on their radar, really. So it's like interesting to think about what is the difference between those two environments within that same sort of overarching community of this animal agriculture based economy, but like how academics responded versus how just people in the community responded.
Yeah. 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 But I mean, I think even I've been in Kentucky now for 7 years, and even in the 7 years, um, definitely awareness has increased. I mean, even since I've been vegan, which, oh God, I don't even remember. I think, anyway, even since I've been vegan, definitely awareness has increased, even though meat consumption is up. So it's this kind of battling, you know, uh, insanity, basically.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Isabella. That was a great presentation. And thank you, and good luck in your work, and good luck in your art as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hang around, and because I'm really interested to hear what everybody else has to say. So
Yes.
see you
Thank
later.
you. Okay, so our next presentation is going to be speaking on the topic of slavery abolition. We'll be hearing from Celinda Guerrero. And Celinda is a national grassroots human rights activist and community organizer. She is the National Action Coordinator for Save the Kids, a national all volunteer organization building a movement to end the school to prison pipeline. She leads Millions for Prisoners, the New Mexico chapter, a national movement to abolish the loophole in the 13th Amendment that allows for the continuation of slavery through the criminal legal system. All of her work is intersectional, with a focus on issues concerning police violence, injustices within the prison slavery industrial complex, while addressing underlying issues of generational poverty, access to housing, education, employment, and healthcare. She's a single mother of 6 with deep roots in New Mexico. She became active and motivated to work for change by building networks of community alliances over the last 30 years. She is always in the community, and when not intentionally organizing, she can be found at the Domino's table and spending time laughing with her children. So thank you so much, and welcome, Selena.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. I have a slideshow as well, so I'm gonna go ahead and screen share. Is that okay?
Yes, great.
Oops. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just first I want to just do a quick grounding. I just want to give a quick land acknowledgement. I am in unceded Tiwa Pueblo land, where my ancestors have existed for centuries. I'm also an Afro-Latina, and I just also want to acknowledge all of the bodies that were stolen from Africa that built this empire, and just pay homage and honor all that went into all that was that built this U.S. empire. So just wanted to ground with that also. And just share a little bit about, where some of this information has come from, who my mentors were and have been and continue to be. I want to credit Angela Davis, Brian Stevenson, Ashanta Shakur, Jean Jacques, Fred Hampton, Huey Newton, Black Liberation Frameworks, community organizers across spectrum, including Save the Kids, Building Power for Black New Mexico, many elders and profound minds behind the walls from Decarcerate Louisiana, the Free Alabama Movement, Jailhouse Lawyers Speak, and especially my organizing Home Millions for Prisoners, and all others that are doing abolition work. I'm merely a vessel and a comrade in this space, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and pay homage to all of those who have thought partnered around slavery abolition. And I wanted to talk about this topic because I think many in our society take for granted that slavery is still in practice, it still exists, is actually thriving in the US empire. It's important for us to acknowledge that as we struggle to understand the current conditions. It's incredibly important that we understand that these systems were built on were built for what their intentions were. So many people you'll hear them say, oh, like there's overrepresentation of Black people in the prison industrial complex, something must be wrong. No, it's actually working exactly as it was designed. And so, I want to just impress that upon us in this conversation. And as an abolitionist, we understand that the empire was created through genocide and the enslavement of people. That this empire was spoiled at its root because of its legacy. And it must be dismantled and reimagined for the liberation of all of its people. This is why you often hear us abolitionists not discussing what must be dismantled necessarily or only, but actively dreaming of what is possible and being in practice of the many experiments that we need to create the healthy communities and safe communities that we are striving for the entire populace. Things like mutual aid networks or community defense programs, defunding police and prisons movements. Those are dismantling the military industrial complex and being opposed to the war economy. These are all things that are in practice of abolition. So I want to talk briefly about the exception clause in the 13th Amendment. And as you can see here, this is verbatim the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery or involuntary solitude shall exist except for by punishment of a crime. This was important language. This was a compromise that was made by Lincoln with the Southern states because they were concerned about the tattering of the Southern economy. through this this amendment. And so immediately after this amendment went into it was enacted, criminalization began to rise. And so many people who had just been freed from Southern plantations were immediately criminalized and put, and convict leasing allowed them to be sent right back to impose labor on the very plantations they had just been freed from. And this is a history that's not often shared in this country, that is not often discussed when we talk about the 13th Amendment, the Civil War, and the legacy that that has transpired since. So I think it's really important for us to understand that there was a move to protect that Southern economy through the imposition of the 13th Amendment. And so they actually never ended slavery in this country. It has never stopped. The 13th loophole has continued to exploit and has manifested itself into what is now known as the prison industrial complex. We call it the prison slavery industrial complex because we want to continue to press that slavery still exists. And I want to also talk about the structures that uphold the slavery industrial complex, and it begins with policing. You know, we want to acknowledge that, you know, the first policing, when we look historically at the United States, you know, policing has always been traced as far as its behavior through the ebbs and flows of political pressures. We can see that very clearly in today's political climate, but this has existed always since the 1800s. And, you know, the first policing that existed here were more around civil disputes. It wasn't until you know, we can trace back and we can see that in 1704, the colony of Carolina, they developed the very first fledgling first slave patrols. And the first slave patrols were the first evidence that we see of what policing are for. Their police's role in the society is to protect the wealthy and their resources and to control the oppressed population. And we know this because of the way that they function. So the patrol consisted of roving bands of armed white citizens who would stop, question, and punish slaves caught without a permit to travel. They were civil organizations controlled and maintained by many county courts. The way that the patrols were organized and maintained provided a later framework for preventative rather than reactive community policing, particularly in the South. Police duties since the 1800s can, like I said, be traced amongst the ebbs and flows of political pressures. We see that now with centralized and bureaucratic police departments focusing on alleged crime-producing qualities of the dangerous classes, the so-called dangerous classes, began to emphasize preventative crime control. And we know that through the surveillance technology that's been expanded into our communities, the over-policing of very specific neighborhoods, and the way the funding is dispersed. The presence of police authorized to use force could stop crime, this theory of police being able to stop crime before it starts by subjecting everyone to surveillance and observation. The concept of police patrol as a preventative control mechanism composed the insertion of police into normal daily events into everybody's lives. A previously unknown and highly feared concept in both England and the United States, you know, through the 1800s, the evolution of modern law enforcement. And we have been colonized to believe that this is appropriate. Now we have allowed police to be in our children's schools as young as elementary students, have to face police inside of their public schools. So I think it's really important for us to think back about what is policing's role and how they have infiltrated literally every single part of our society, whether we're just going to the grocery store, we're being faced with policing, or just driving through our neighborhoods. Like I said, our kids in our schools, they are literally all around us, including the surveillance of our communities is all around us. I also want to talk briefly about this intersection of the U.S. military and its role. We have heard recently with the newly elected president, Trump saying that he wants to enact the National Guard against protesters. There's definitely an interaction between the prison industrial complex, the policing industry, and the military that must be acknowledged. And I want us to take a brief look at the history of the U.S. military. So the first constables with duties very similar to today's sheriffs. I'm sorry. I lost my place, sorry. So the military intersection. Military survivors, they often talk about what it takes to be in the military. It's a stripping of everything that you knew and a new programming of what you need to know. This is a mental programming necessary for someone to do the control and protect work in the colonized society. So that's what boot camp is, right? It's a stripping down. And we also understand that military has classism inside of it. So people in the general society who join the military, if you come from wealth and privilege, for example, you've already graduated from university, you're less likely to see a war zone. You're less likely to be a subordinate. You automatically go into officer status when you come from privilege. Whereas we see the frontline military recruits often come from impoverished communities where we see predatory practices of recruitment on Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. We know that I'll just speak to New Mexico public schools, but in New Mexico public schools, as early as 10th grade, students are being subjected to military examinations, and their information is being provided to the U.S. military, particularly in rural communities and impoverished school districts. Whereas you see in private schools, that does not exist. So the predatory nature of the military structure it exists to uphold the status, the class status that all of these systems benefit from. And I also just want to briefly talk about too, this intersection of the way the military functions inside of the prison industrial complex. I think many don't recognize or haven't heard about the imposed labor that happens behind the walls in prisons across this country. The labor is actually to the benefit of corporations and the U.S. government. So, for example, Boeing has a contract with federal prisons where missiles and war weapons are manufactured and pieced together by prisoners. The U.S. military uniform is manufactured by prisoners in federal prisons. And so there's absolutely this interaction that happens between the U.S. military and the prison industrial complex that is working together for the benefit of the ruling class. So I think it's really important for us to acknowledge those intersections and the way that the military industrial complex fiscally benefits from slave labor still in the United States. I also just want to lift up too what, it's really important to acknowledge a turning point. One of the other major turning points in U.S. history that bolstered the military and its interactions was the passing of Homeland Security, November 25th of 2002. This was the largest forfeiting of U.S. civil rights in U.S. history. I think it's really important for us to understand, what happened. We forfeited our rights regarding surveillance, the monitoring of us, the ability for the Department of Homeland Security to access our personal records, even as U.S. citizens. We forfeited all of our rights to that kind of discovery. Also, it had a great impact on immigration and the way immigration started to behave during that era, with detention conditions, profiling based on ethnicity and separation of families at the border, the rise of civil rights issues that came from those conditions. It also impacted emergency response systems during disasters. There was more discriminatory practices in resource allocation and evacuation procedures. We can see that as early as Hurricane Katrina, and as late as this last hurricane season, where impoverished communities all throughout the South were denied FEMA protections. Here in New Mexico, indigenous communities where forest fires had burned down entire communities are still trying to get relief from FEMA right now, that has been not been able to come through. And so these kinds of practices, you can really link back to this forfeiting of rights under Homeland Security and the ways that it behaves within the federal government. So it's imperative that we understand, the way this functioning happened and what it's led up to in the ebbs and flows up to the current political climate. Currently, even right now under the Biden administration, the Homeland Security budget has imploded all the way to $176 billion in the last fiscal year. This is discretionary funding. It's an amount of money that is available to spend on things that are not considered necessary but may be useful. So it gives a lot of leverage onto the ways that they can plunder the money. I want to also lift up that 1.8 billion of additional funding was just appropriated this year just for law enforcement officers. So although we hear the rhetoric of the Republican Party around immigration, the Democrats have been equally punitive and equally to blame for the current conditions that immigrant and undocumented people and people seeking asylum are facing. 2.7 billion was also reallocated for 54,000 detention beds under the current administration in this fiscal year. And it's also important to talk about the way the conditions changed, right? The first time and the only time that Joe Biden ever appeared at the southern border in this last 4-year term was to present the most anti-Black speech that he's ever given. He restricted Black countries of origin from being able to seek asylum and indicated that they have to stay on the Mexican side and would not be granted asylum. And, when we look at the origin of those countries, Venezuela, Haiti, Colombia, and Ecuador, these are predominantly Black and indigenous countries. And so this theory of race and class is still present in the ways that our government is responsive, even just to asylum seekers. We saw just this year, this uprising in Chicago around Venezuelan migrant detainees who were being transported by buses, and the entire communities were up in arms, but they spoke nothing about the 28,000 Ukrainian asylum seekers that were admitted into Chicago. So I just want to lift that as the way that we see disparities and the way that the media propagandizes around these issues. Nobody has spoke about the European or white presenting asylum seekers. We are completely focused on Black and indigenous asylum seekers. And the entire political climate has leaned into that ebb and flow. I also just want to say that after Trump was declared elected in November, that private prison stocks went up 300% in a 24-hour period. And this also goes to the political climate of the way that the prison industrial complex is responsive to those ebbs and flows, and is expanding based on that, on the rhetoric, the political rhetoric that we exist in. This is significant because it is further evidence of the trajectory of these ebbs and flows, and the way that policing functions in the United States. This is also not just about the incoming presidency. We also saw Biden had also urged states and cities to use 1.9 trillion during the COVID relief package disbursement. And this was in 2020. And he was urging local police departments to hire police officers during the uprisings. Here we had somebody who was elected as a progressive Democrat, so-called, but he was also the architect of the 94 crime bill. So we understand very clearly where his political alliances is actually still with policing and prisons. In my city alone, in this my medium-sized city of Albuquerque, our mayor used $26 million of our COVID relief money to go into local policing. You could look up your city and discover how much of that money went into local policing instead of COVID relief. This is really important because it's under this guise of COVID relief, and it actually was the largest reinvestment into local policing that has happened in modern history, aside from the 94 crime bill. And so they continue to become more sophisticated in the ways that they're expanding these slavery complexes. So I just definitely, I think it's really important for us to be conscientious of the way that those structures are interacting with each other, and the way it's not about a Democrat or a Republican, it's about the structure of US politics, and the way that it is a capitalist empire that is one that extracts not just labor, but resources from our communities. And I want to talk about the criminal legal system and its role in this slavery complex. So although we have what we know as our civil rights, a right to a jury trial of our peers, a right to legal representation, all of these things have they've been torn down throughout the century. And so in the current conditions, what we know is that just in this last year, 98% of all federal system cases were resolved by a plea bargain. They did not get a trial with the jury of their peers. And 95% of all cases in state and local jurisdictions were also resolved by plea bargain. And what we see and what these impacts are is that somebody who cannot afford legal representation is threatened, overcharged, and told, well, you could go do 30 years, or you can take this plea bargain for 5. And so without any resources, and often we see more and more jurisdictions who are doing pretrial detention based on this guise of community safety. And so we're seeing less people being able to be free during pretrial. And because of the horrific conditions of prisons and jails across this country, people are put into conditions of confinement that suppress them into signing plea agreements that may not be to their benefit. What we do know is that this structure could not exist in the way that it's written if every single person who's charged right now in the United States were to stand together and say, I want a jury trial, the entire system would crumble. It's ill fit to be able to actually grant people the rights that they are entitled. I also just want to lift up the racial racial reflections within the demographics of the criminal legal system. Although, you know, Black people only make up about 14% of the entire US population, they reflect 32% of all prisoners. You know, and that we see the same traction with Hispanic or Latinos, where they reflect about 20% of the population, but they're 23% of the prison population. And so we are definitely overrepresented within the prison industrial complex. And this is not by accident. This is by the targeting and enforcement of a ruling class over a controlled class. And I just want to share a little bit of information also about the imposed labor structure that exists inside of our systems. As I alluded, you know, many of our military uniforms and weapons are manufactured within prison labor. But they also have Unicor, which is a private corporation that contracts with prisons to exploit the labor of prisoners. This has been in place since 1934, so it is not a new practice. This is actually what we've seen manifest after the 13th Amendment in ways that they were repairing this Southern economy and the capitalist empire. So instead of just having this Southern economy, now it became the US economy. Prisoners that are earning just 23 cents an hour in US federal prisons are manufacturing high-tech electronic components for Patriot Advanced Capability 3 missiles. Also, we know that Boeing, the F-15 fighter aircraft, is also manufactured in prisons. Lockheed Martin has contracts with federal prisons to manufacture the F-16. The Cobra helicopter under Bell and Textron's, they have a contract to manufacture the Cobra helicopter through prison labor. Prison labor produces night vision goggles, body armor, camouflage uniforms, radio communications devices, and lighting systems. Also components for the 30 millimeter and 300 battleship, anti-aircraft guns, along with landmine sweepers and electro-optical equipment for the BAE systems. It goes on and on, but prisoners recycle toxic electronic equipment and overhaul military vehicles as well. So prisoners are also forced into a labor practice that is unsafe and unregulated. And often we see them perish or have chronic diseases because of the labor that is being imposed on them. Labor in federal prisons is contracted through Unicor, previously known as Federal Prison Industries. It's a for-profit corporation run by the Bureau of Prisons. In 14 prison factories, more than 3,000 prisoners manufacture electronic equipment for land, sea, and airborne communication. Unicor is now the U.S. government's 39th largest contractor. So this is about the, you know, the military-industrial complex and its for-profit war economy. It's really important for us to acknowledge and understand what that exchange is in this system. And I want to just lift up that in the United States, there are two different forms of prisons that are in play. That's one of plantations, where we actually have people in the South and up through Idaho in the Midwest who are still producing products through plantation labor. So in Texas, in Mississippi, in Louisiana, they're still picking cotton in field labor overseen by men on horseback. There have been many prisoners in Louisiana who tried to run off the plantation and were shot and murdered for, you know, just for running. And so this concept of the historic plantation existence in this country, it still prevails. I think a lot of people don't understand that that is still in practice. And Texas is a state that gives zero zero money for plantation labor, where crops are manufactured through plantation labor, and Texas prisoners receive no money at all. Through the South, you see wages as low as 3 cents an hour up to 24 cents an hour for plantation labor. Idaho potatoes are manufactured on a plantation prison in Idaho. So when you're shopping in your grocery store, it's important for us to be conscientious in thinking about these practices that corporations are exploiting and still using the enslaved labor of people to produce their products and to profit millions of dollars. On the other hand, we have the practice of warehousing. We have the private prison industrial complex, which, as I said, stocks just went up 300% in preparation for what we believe that was a reflection of is the immigrant detention that's at play right now. But the warehousing of prisoners is the practice where corporations like CoreCivic, CCA, Geo Group, training and management services, what a name for a private prison industry. But these prison industries, they actually, the people, the bodies in the beds is the actual product. That is actual, if you read their stock portfolios, the bodies are the actual product that is on the stock market. And so very reflective of the history of this country, where we used to have enslaved Black bodies being paraded through and sent for auction. Those kinds of practices are still existent, but within our stock portfolios right now. These bodies are for sale through the private prison industry, and that is the warehousing of bodies. I also want to talk about briefly about the different companies and corporations also that are in private corporations that benefit from prison labor. For example, McDonald's, beef that is so-called beef that is sold within McDonald's, which, because we could, I think this conference has also lifted up about the toxicities of the beef industry right now. And what it represents, but the patties that are sold within McDonald's are actually manufactured behind the walls in prisons across this country. Avis Car Rentals has a call center within a prison. Starbucks produces its, through a subsidiary, produces its holiday cups through prison labor. We know that Victoria's Secret, its products have been sewn within women's prisons, and the list goes on and on. U.S. corporations are very much in the practice of slave labor and benefit from these kinds of contracts with prison industry. I also just want to say it's not just what's happening behind the walls, it's also happening through work release programs. 7 prisoners died just last year in a poultry plant where they were sent to go do work release from a prison and process chicken in unsafe conditions. This group has already talked about the unsanitary and unsafe practices within the poultry industry. And prisoners are also engaged or being forced to impose labor into those structures. I think I'm getting low on time.
Sorry, Celinda. Yeah, we are a little bit over on time. Yeah. But I did really want to thank you for that presentation. It was extremely interesting. It was extremely important. And I have to say that I've noticed that a lot of times in the animal liberation movement, even, among the total liberationists, they really, I don't know why, for some reason, kind of overlook the prison labor component in the slaughterhouse industry, the factory farms. They tend to, really highlight immigrant lawyer exploitation in that, but they don't talk about prison labor. So that was really important, especially to kind of raise as an issue with our followers. And just everything that you said, the connection with the military, the building of the bombs using enslaved prison labor. I mean, it's like, wow, it's a lot of really important information.
I just want to say on that note also, it's important to recognize that most prisons are built in places where the land and air and water and animal infrastructure has already been extracted. So prisons are often built at sites, for example, the mountaintops that have been blown off in Appalachia, they put prisons there. In rural communities where uranium mining and plutonium mining were happening, that's where they put prisons. And so these are unsafe conditions for agriculture and for animals, but they put people there.
That's really important to bring up. Yeah, I've never heard that anywhere. So thank you. You are really a font of really important information.
I hope it was helpful.
Yes, thank you so much, Celinda. Okay, we're gonna have to move on because we don't have any time now for questions, unfortunately, but that was an amazing presentation. And I'm going to be moving to the next speaker, which is Lucas Alan Deach. And he's going to be presenting on Or Disappear into the Potter's Ground, Social Taphonomy, Environment Making of Rural Potters' Fields. So, second. So Lucas is a graduate with a master's in criminal justice from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. He is the national organizer of letters to prisoners Save the Kids. He's also professor of prison education. He helps send radical propaganda, books, and birthday cards as an organizer of Save the Kids Letters to Prisoners Project. He is also currently an editor of the Poetry Behind the Walls. As a current poet laureate of Taconite Harbor, he has written and published many collections of poetry and novels. He has researched on poetry, criminology, and carceral feminism. He has a Patreon account called The Pilot of Oumuamua. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome, Lucas.
Thanks so much, everyone. So amazing presentations. It's a total honor to be here. Excuse me. I during COVID, when everyone kind of had to stay around other people, and well, COVID still exists, but high COVID, I guess, it would have to be a new line of scholarship. I started to go into Potter's Graves, because I felt a weird kinship with the connection of previous plagues and diseases and everything, to kind of learn about kind of the status of humanity. So yeah, so this is kind of a discussion on Potter's Graves, a little introduction on social taphonomy, something I made up. Taphonomy is real, the social, the hyphen part, I added that, and a connection to Potter's Fields. So she kind of said the bio. There's me next to a Potter's grave. Some Potter's graves are very much marked, very unlike slave graves or indigenous graves. There is more attention and actually a lot of money to preserve Potter's grave, which is really unfortunate. So this is just kind of my abstract. I don't have to read it and everything, but just kind of talking about the othering. Goffman sociology talks about the other. Philosopher Lacan and others kind of talk about what it means to other. But pretty much like the Potter's graves, the poor farm graves. There's many terms of this. It's almost a continuously happening of the othering, even when they are in beyond they're buried and everything. And there's a lot in Minnesota where I'm currently in. I'm in Mankato, which is historic Dakota land. Mankato is the largest with happening of the largest massacre of US history. 38 Dakota were hung just like that. Actually, in December 26th is the anniversary of that and everything. So I'm kind of acknowledging that United States is unfortunately one big graveyard with the bodies of oppressed people and everything. So methodology. So like I said, I kind of stumbled upon this through my own interest in history and historiography. Going to places, I recently published something regarding poetic inquired criminology and the use of splice. Splice is both space and place. I think in a postmodern world, we can be honest with ourselves that a splice can happen right here. It can happen in the IRL. It can, it's a very demonstrative term that is always pulling apart and putting connect and everything. So I just started this. Most of this research happened in Wisconsin and Minnesota. That happened with the publication of 2 books. I'll put the links in the after the presentation. One is called For God's Early Children. It's kind of a poetry, visual documentary of different abandoned sites and everything. The other book, Minnesota Nice is a Graveyard, is more focusing on the Potter's Grave and indigenous graves and everything, stuff that, as per Minnesota Nice, they don't want to talk about that and everything. So it's just kind of an acknowledgement of these Eurocentric Potter's graves. So what is taphonomy? Taphonomy is this branch of paleontology that discusses fossilization. It's actually more of cemeteries and everything. In this scenario, it's the Potter's graves, the State Farm, hospitals, and how they're very, very much unique to like Judeo-Christian burials. Even to this day, there's still this huge stigmatization and like fetishization at the same time when it comes to Halloween, because like they'll actually have tours and I'm actually getting stuff published on prison tourism. So this connects to my other many interests, how these are like the carceralized citizens and everything of these places and everything. And this is also connected to this amazing book I read called Anthropocene or Capitalocene, which talks about the concept of environment making. So like one example is garbage dumps. Like these are literally hills made from, leftover refuse and everything in late capitalism and everything. And even, in cemeteries are environment making. Like it is a stretch of, Judeo-Christian land, most of it, cut out, well as indigenous land or ex-slave land or any land is just kind of rolled over and plowed and just kind of forgotten on it. Like so. So what are Potter's graves? So Potter's graves has the origins in the Judeo-Christian belief in Matthew, whatever that number is. And literally it's the Christian myth is when Judas read, Jesus is over there, he's the Messiah, whatever. They gave him gold. And instead of, spending the gold on Roman bosses or whatever, he, wanted to have the thieves, the unclaimed and everything buried in the ground that was used to get the mud for the pots, the amphore and everything. So it's also called Potter's Graves. And throughout this presentation, I have pictures of Potter's Graves or state cemeteries. They're pretty much the same. They're just different meanings based on the on localized naming and everything. But yeah, so they're the place of the undead and everything. This picture is near Rochester, Minnesota. It was near where a sanitarium was. And most Potter's graves are they have numbers. And which is fascinating is like these numbers can be square, bricks of cement. They can actually be old coffee cans that they put concrete in and put a number. So they're all numbers. And the number doesn't categorically go to a name. It is a splice. So you might have 2 people in a splice. You might have 1 person, you might have 3, you might have there's an example that's the Ramsey County Poor Farm that just like they're here like 200 or 300 people, blah blah blah, Ireland, Finland, whatever, So and this is in Minnesota, and they're all very eclectic and everything. So this is distinguished from like it's a very secular I would put secular in quotations. These are state-run, forgotten, but they are preserved in quotations around Wisconsin and Minnesota. And this is a weird place. Not a cool weird, but weird. It's a state school children's cemetery that as of a couple years ago, they didn't have the names for the children. It's actually has this crazy gross name called like it's the Museum of the School of the Orphaned and the Dejected or whatever. I would highly go there just as a case study. But yeah, there's like 127 children, mostly died of malnourishment or something called marasmus, which is literally like neglect. And be a member of Save the Kids. This is very important to save, their identities, as they're not just, castaways and everything. So, like I said, a Potter's Grave, referring to the graveyard. And there's all this literature, fiction, and songs about the Potter's Graves. This presentation, Disappear in the Potter's Graves after a Johnny Cash song. And so, yeah, there's just Potter's Graves, places where remain, the workhouses, almhouses, malco colonies, literally disappear as nothing. Here's a picture of the Rice County, Minnesota Potter's Graves. You notice that it's these little grave like wooden stakes. They have numbers. They don't have it's a smaller county cemetery. It's actually well kept, and they fence it off and everything, and there's still numbers on it. But I love Goffman's connection, or his what he talks about the total institution. And this can definitely connect with how Potter's Graves are a totalized institution. It's actually even a more epitome of the concept of total institution, because it's very binary. It's very cut off, very square. Everyone is nameless. Everyone has it's like you can't be more like banal as in a Potter's grave. It is literally literally disappeared, as you're totally othered. And there's all this history about Eurocentric means of displaced, as colonized death sites. So this is actually my first one I've been to. It's in near Superior, Wisconsin. There's probably like 2,000 people, not 2,000, 2,000 splice numbers. So it goes all down that hill and everything. And I was a member of a group to try to preserve it. We had people mowing and everything. So it's kind of a weird scenario. Like, I mean, I'm an atheist. I'm happy to be an atheist for many years, but like the study on how this is a very indifferent way of Eurocentric Judeo-Christian way of like putting off people, regardless of whatever superstition they believe in. They either they're nameless, they end up dead in the pond or whatever, or they go insane, or they're just firm, they're indigenous, and they end up in a Potter's grave and everything, just like Johnny Cash song. There's a lot of Finley talks about how there's even though these are secular sites, there is a lot of racism, especially in African cemeteries, African slave cemeteries. They still find them, but they always just find them. It's really fucked up, because these bodies never claimed. They're negating funeral traditions. Even and is connected to indigenous cemeteries in Duluth. They just ran into one, or in, I think it's Sand Lake or Red Sand Lake in Minnesota, they just pushed all the cemeteries. I mean, this is like in the 1900s, but still, it's fucked up. Pushed all the cemeteries in the lake, so there's none of that connecting history. It's always very Eurocentric connection of history. And then this kind of is talked about, there's this amazing book in Rhymes for Young Ghouls. Finley talks about ghosts and connection of like ghostly care of our past and everything. So I don't know. I think I have some time. But Foucault, philosopher Foucault talks about the heterotopia. It's a kind of a lineal space of the real and not real and everything. Sartre talks about this material space as a splace, not no, not like my splace, but you know, it's a philosophical argument at this point. And these places have no flowers. There's no commemoration. There's no poetry or scripture. And this is a really effed up place at the St. Paul Soldier Cemetery. It's literally a place where they dug the people up for medical experiments and they put them back. And so they got this cute little sign, even they're not even numbers or anything, just a cone so the lawnmower doesn't mow them up. So when I talk about gender, um, it's a Potter's Grave is a very ableist, very sexist, racist, picks on people from all mental abilities and everything because there is no connection to the history and everything. And it's a very, you know, as there's criticism regarding this, but like very heterotopian, like the term kind of connects it to heteronormity and everything. It's not just a radical space. Broomfield talks about how it's a sacred, it represents, connects, inverts. It represents who we came from, what we are, kind of reinforces the concept of linear time. You're born, you know, da 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 da, and you're dead, and you'll probably not end up in a potter's grave. But as history has shown us, potter's graves are very real because when COVID hit, inmates in New York were forced to be ready to dig potter's graves. I mean, they were seeing this as a connection to like the Spanish flu, like 100 years ago. So they were really like having this almost this hegemonic, fantastic mind of like this is going to happen again. Um, and so like it's this connection of the wherewithal, the deviant death, of automatically gendered, of the dangerous class and the potter's graves. So we can talk about intersectionality approaches to mortuaryscapes. There's this incredibly awesome theory called standpoint theory, where epistemologically privileged. So, like, I mean, if we want to have this discussion on is it privileged to be buried in this Judeo-Christian grave with your name and, you know, with all your other, you know, whatever, or in a potter's grave, which is more, you know, proletarian or, you know, connected to lumpen proletariat and everything. These are actually discussions that people have. I love with my PhD program, I'm going to do more research in language and memory and syntax and everything. And Potter's Graves destroys, reaffirms, and mirrors the standpoint theory. Because like it's but it also like reinforces, especially when Halloween, when everyone when like there's a lot of like connection to different pagan rituals, everything around the cemetery and everything, especially in Scottish or Irish happenings. So this is a Ramsey County. They have a county poor farm, just like a slate right there. This is the one I was talking about where it's just like a hill and there's like a placard, like, you know, 200 some people are buried there. So it's extremely odd. Each cemetery in Minnesota, Wisconsin I go to, Potter's Grave or Poor Farm, it's exactly different. Yes, exactly different. There's no, you know, rhyme or reason. They just kind of put them outside of the city limits and, you know, there you go. So criticisms of the idea of heterotopia, the non-secular cemetery is a gendered one. It's obviously real. It's connected. You have, you know, women that were not married, you know, or insane, which the idea of insanity with women was very ambiguous. Like it could be from anything pretty much, and then you're thrown in a Potter's grave. Potter's graves have less non-memories, anti-memory in terms of ex-memory. There's no names. The closest I have tried to track down a splice number and a name. Douglas County in Wisconsin has some names, but not all. They even have like cause of death, like found in the woods, or washed on along the shore of Lake Superior. So it did not behoove the government and the institution to keep track of these individuals and everything. They broke the laws and the rhymes of society so much with just the smallest infraction of carceralizing, what we call carcerating behavior or whatever, that they leave us nameless. That is just horrifying. So discussion of modern monuments for larger collective, and there's amazing on what there are some Potter's graves when they're written on who they are. They will be known as, I mean, especially when we specifically talk about women, it's never stable, but they're known as a wife of da 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 da. So they don't have their own identity. So this is one of the criticisms of heteronormia or heterotopia, excuse me. So my question would be, would Potter's graves be homotopias? So summary, this is just me in a placard at the Ramsey County one. It's just behind that is this it's a cabbages or something, and that's the hill where they put everyone. So summary and death, this remains social outcasts, institutionalized and social constructed plots. There is research lacking these, but like connected to like a social tophonic institution needs more. Even a death, Judeo-Christian Eurocentric tradition create the Potter's graves. I know I'm always curious in contemporary, like what Selena was talking about before regarding the graves of people buried that die in prison and everything, especially when prison individuals are aging and everything. So like, are they sending them home? Are they putting them in Potter's graves or something? Future criminologies include a mortuary or tophonic convict criminology research for closure of past historical temporal splices with emphasis on environmental making. And then, so I will put this in the chat. This is one of my books I wrote as just kind of a project of something to do pretty much. There's pictures of abandoned towns, cemeteries, mines, and a lot of other cemeteries, and then kind of a poem amongst them. So, and here's all my homework. And so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Lucas. That was very interesting. I had never heard of a Potter's grave, so that was really enlightening. I'm seeing a lot of comments thanking you. If you have a question, please put it in the chat. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for questions, I'm just going to say, so I was wondering, first of all, how you would frame these, I don't know if you've heard about these like mass graves at the US border. And is there any talk of that in that community of kind of connecting these historical Potter graves to what is going on right now on the US border with that, of just immigrants that were trying to get over and were killed by border control and then just put in these mass graves?
I would call them mass graves. I think a lot of people who do the research are incredibly racist because they focus on the quaint, like Potter's graves of yesteryear, or like merry old in New England, like around Salem and stuff. So like for them to to say that they're mass graves would be incredibly progressive and nuanced on their part. I would just call them mass graves. I don't think they need to be I mean, specificized on like, oh, are you studying Potter's graves, on a border? Oh no, they're mass graves, That is just yeah, that is, and then continuously happening and everything of a very complicit American country to just have this ridiculously waste of life and everything is just horrific and everything. Um, but yeah, I totally have tried to keep up with that and try to have that as my list of things to research and everything. But yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, it seems important, especially, to bring that up if people in that community that are doing that kind of research on Potter's graves, or, they just want to keep it in the historical context and they want to, kind of whitewash it and not look at the connections to what is actually happening right now. So we have a couple of questions. The first one is, do you know how many Potter's graves are in Minnesota, or at least Potter's grave sites?
So I showed the ones that I went to. So I went to, there's one in so off the top of my head, I know at least 5 or 6. And most of them are in very small rural towns, believe it or not. It's like the one in Ramsey with the hill, that's like in the middle of metropolitan Minneapolis and St. Paul. And like there's like every time I'm traveling, whatever, I try to find it and everything. And like there are groups like on Facebook that connect or um like preserve these, but they're really, really weird and hostile to you. Like I'm 43 and most of these people are in like their 70s or 80s. Like, why would a young guy want to be researching Potter's graves? So it's really hard to like kind of, instigate and get into that like network and everything. But yeah, they're like in southern Minnesota, I know, like, I mean, it because you can't just put in Potter's grave. You have to try State Farm cemetery. So like there's many different ways on how they categorize, their plots and everything. So in southern Minnesota, like there's this weird, like it's Highway 14, but this highway connects to 3 or 4 towns all the way to the Wisconsin border, and they all have Potter's graves. I mean, especially it's specifically even the children's cemetery. I don't know if that is coincidence or that's just how the colonists, pushed Dakota away and usurped land and everything. But I do know it's really hard to track down indigenous cemeteries. Specifically, the one in Mankato that I'm trying to find is that Mayo Clinic has connection to graves. Like they literally, after the massacre happened, they literally went and grabbed the bodies and took the skulls and stuff for research and everything. So like the Mayo Clinic has this deeply racist, dark history of connection to indigenous Potter's graves, or they're just like ceremonious burial sites and mass graves and everything. So
We have a funny question. Is the next project on Harry Potter's graves?
ha
That's
no,
Roger.
because I don't read Harris Potter books. I could write a book about that, like a fan fiction, but just because I don't really have any interest in that. So no, sorry. Good try though.
Be interesting to do that from a trans
Yeah,
solidarity
yeah, yeah, exactly.
perspective.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and the next one is, do quote unquote official cemeteries have a quote unquote Pottersfield type burial place?
So official, that could be looked at 2 different ways. You could be as official as like, I mean, official is a very funny word and concept of language. Like ontologically, like you could see like, well, official is the state farm, or is official or state hospital or whatever, or is official the Judeo-Christian cemeteries, the good, happy white Christians that, salvation, blah, 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 heaven, and then so yes, I don't know to have Potter's grave type burial place. So yeah, yes and no. That's what makes it so fascinating. is that like the more egalitarian cemetery would be a potter's grave because you're nameless and everything, but you know, you don't have an identity. But in the Judeo-Christian cemeteries, like, you know, they pretty much have ostracized everyone out of the moon. And so like, and they're very specific on who gets to make it into a cemetery and everything. So I think I answered your question. I'm always very I'm always very like specific on like what does official mean, like the institution name or the non-institution name and everything. So
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Lucas.
thanks so much.
Very informative. Okay, so we are going to be now moving along to our next presenter, and that is York Hayes. And York Hayes is going to be speaking on lessons from an intersectional animal rights organizer. So York Hayes is a small business owner and entrepreneur. Born and raised in Salt Lake City, Utah, after 6 years, 6 moves, and 5 different states, York and his partner Valerie now call Portland, Oregon home. York's animal rights journey started in 2014 when he was diagnosed with celiac disease. While researching different kinds of healthy, gluten-free diets, he fell down the YouTube rabbit hole and landed on 2 documentaries that changed his life forever: Forks Over Knives and Cowspiracy, excuse me. After learning about the health and environmental implications of animal products and animal agriculture, he decided to start by trying a vegetarian diet. It was only 2 months later that another fateful event transpired. On a flight from Miami to Dallas, he was seated next to a woman who he came to find out was an animal rights activist. When she found out he was vegetarian for health and environmental reasons, she proceeded to educate him for the entire flight about the horrors of the dairy industry. She was the inspiration for York to not only go 100% vegan for ethical reasons, but also to follow her example and share the information with others. 10 years later, York has participated in animal rights events all over the U.S. with numerous organizations, including the Utah Animal Rights Coalition, Anonymous for the Voiceless, Direct Action Everywhere, the Save Movement, Their Planet, Ours Too, organizers of National Animal Rights Day, PETA, and the Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade. In 2023, York and Valerie co-founded a nonprofit that sought to raise funds to feed school-aged children in the Masai Mara, Kenya, with plant-based meals, as well as providing tuition and school supplies. Focusing on at-risk girls in the community, they hope to keep girls in school and thus help avoid the all-too-common practices of female genital mutilation and early childhood marriage that are still happening in many tribes today. This intersectional project proved to be very challenging and eventually failed after only a year due to mismanagement of resources on the ground in Kenya. Many lessons were learned, however, that will make their charitable endeavors more effective in the future. As York and Valerie start their next chapter of activism in Oregon and Washington, they find themselves in the middle of an intersectional rift between some animal rights groups in Portland. York's objective is to bring his decades of experience working with and managing people from all walks of life to the area and to be able to bridge the divide that is hindering the movement. His goal, along with the founders of the Animal Rights Coalition of Portland, is to bring everyone together in a unified fight for both human freedoms and animal rights. Okay, so welcome, York.
Thank you very much. I am starting my slideshow, hopefully now. All right. Do we have screen share?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I'm very honored to be on the panel today speaking. Thank to all those speakers who have gone so far. I've taken a ton of notes and learned a lot, and I look forward to hearing from everybody else. So I have 2 goals today in my presentation. My first goal is going to be to explain the different levels of activism, specifically within the animal rights organizations or animal rights community, but I do want to emphasize that these levels of activism can be applied to every type of activism and any type of social justice movement. I'm going to do that by specifically showing all the different types of organizing and actions that I've been a part of over the past 6 years. And my second goal is to just give my personal expression and perspective on the importance of intersectionality in the animal rights movement, as well as in really any type of organizing. So what I'd like to do is share with you guys a picture of the animal rights activism graph, we call it. This is specific again to animal rights, but you can insert any type of activism in here. From being an example in the bottom left corner of whatever cause you're championing, to actually openly in the animal rights community, open rescue is about as assertive and as active as you can get, which is physically putting yourself in legal and potentially physical harm's way to rescue animals. But there is a various span, obviously, of ways that you can let your voice be heard, or help the animals' voices be heard in this example. So the very most passive, inactive way to do this, in my opinion, is obviously be vegan, live a vegan lifestyle for ethical reasons. Just doing that is activism, in my opinion. You are actively not participating in the oppression of non-human animals. You can take that all the way up the scale, to being active, but not really being very assertive as far as talking to friends and family, sharing food recipes, voting for legislation that moves the agenda in the right direction. All of those things are active ways to be, to make your voice heard. And then as you move to the right, there's obviously more and more ways to be more assertive and to put yourself out there a little bit more. All of these things obviously increase not only your risk level, criminal wise, or legally, but also just your exposure to feedback, pushback. You're all familiar with all of the resistance you get, obviously, when you try and make a difference in the world. But I just want to basically make sure everybody feels that any type of action is better than no action. Whether you're volunteering at a sanctuary, whether you're actually marching down the street, whether you're, again, some assumed risk with recording slaughterhouse practices, or we've already seen a couple of examples today with the book of all the photographs. Being a photographer that puts those images on paper for the public to see. There's so many beautiful ways to share this message. I just want to encourage everybody, no matter what cause you're championing, on what level of activism you do, just continue to do it, and consider all the different ways that you can continue to do that. And then with the theme of intersectionality, I'll just kind of summarize that at the end. But I've never understood the way that people push back on, having different causes that you want to be involved in. So let me just go through these slides real quick. These are just basically still photographs of a lot of different things I've done, and hopefully this will inspire you. And a lot of these fall in different parts of this graph here in this category. So sidewalk chalking is a great passive way to share the message. You get a lot of good conversations going with people as they come by, and it's very non-confrontational. There's the outreach programs of showing footage on screens and having passerbys interact with people talking. Now, I want you to notice that on these screens right here, we tried something different in some of our outreach, and that was we had videos of rescued animals on sanctuaries, and a lot of the Kinder World footage that you see that we were showing. We were showing slaughterhouse footage on the other two screens, but that was a powerful way to show the contrast between the world we'd like to see and how animals should be treated and what they're capable of expressing and how they are treated. So we protested zoos. We've done, there are some people that do stickering, whether it's in restaurants, stores, on signs, participate in animal rescues. This was actually a turkey rescue in Utah that happened voluntarily from one of the farmers in central Utah. He allowed us to take 100 turkeys before Thanksgiving out as a sign of good faith, PR move, whatever it was. We were happy to do it. This is a picture from our trip to Kenya, where we started our nonprofit, and some of the school children that were receiving the plant-based foods. That came completely as a side note to just a charitable orphanage trip to Kenya that we were on, and we took a side trip to the Maasai and met Jack over there, and ended up changing our life really, and getting to meet a lot of cool people that way. This is an example of a rodeo protest that is not a protest. We actually tabled at a rodeo last year in Utah with it. Instead of bullhorns and signs causing conflict and confrontation, we handed out flyers with facts on them about the cruelty in rodeos, and engaged in conversations with rodeo goers, mostly civil. We felt like that was a lot more productive than, you know, getting confrontational and having people automatically just tune out your message. State legislation, attempts to get legislators to notice or to pay attention to laws that are being broken on behalf of the animal agriculture industry. This is an example of family outreach. This is my niece, her husband, and two girls who are all vegan, at the Salt Lake Veg Fest. So I'd like to think that my influence and I've been pretty lucky. I've had quite a few family members. Almost my entire family is at least vegetarian, and my brother is vegan. My son-in-law my stepson and his wife are vegan. So it's been amazing that way. Just talking to friends and family, you never know, you know, what impact you could have. This is the Animal Liberation March in San Francisco. I believe this was in 2021 or 22. We joined a club in Utah for Utah Vegan Runners. You probably know that guy on the right there. Continuing to do this now up in Portland. We're putting together a Ragnar team for the 2025 Ragnar up at Mount Rainier. Again, it's a way to bring like-minded people together, to get your message out there, to show people the healthy side of being vegan. This is a dairy protest. This was handing out flyers at the LDS General Conference in Salt Lake City, Utah, for the Mormon Church. A lot of good resources on how animal products and eating animals is against their core beliefs that most religious people aren't aware of. Talk about Christspiracy in a minute. This is our team out in Salt Lake City, Utah, that did the Glass Walls experience, which is a form of like the cube that Anonymous for the Voiceless does. Hopefully most of you who are watching this are familiar with a lot of these acronyms and things that we're talking about, but feel free to look them up. I think posting healthy plant-based meals on social media, YouTube channels, recipes, you know, any kind of social media outreach you can do about the health benefits, the environmental benefits, the ethical benefits of veganism, plant-based lifestyle is important. This is a display that PETA was doing, a university. It was a national tour that they were doing, and we were able to meet up with them when they were in Salt Lake City, about animal experimentation and what the different universities are doing as far as exploiting animals for testing. You can do leaflets and flyers. This was at a dairy protest. We also flyered about 300 cars with pamphlets about the dairy industry. obviously the fur trade, abolished the fur trade. CAF is in full swing right now. They're really ramping up their efforts in New York City and across the world. A lot of high profile people are pushing these protests, including runway disruptions, which you've probably seen in the fashion industry, where people are jumping up on stage. And I love every single thing that I see on social media and all the different videos of what people are doing. So this was from the Portland Animal Rights March, pretty large turnout a few years ago. This is called a die-in, where everyone lays down as they read off the what happens to animals in slaughterhouses. And another dairy industry protest that we did in Midway, Utah. This protest did not go off without any confrontation. We'll definitely say that. Obviously, people in small communities are very passionate about their farms and about their livelihood and their traditions. But as we all know, that's not an excuse for the horrors that go on in the industry. So I think sharing the information on documentaries and videos that are out there is extremely important. This is a chalking that we did in Idaho, I believe, but the message here is hopefully giving people an action step they can take. If you can just trigger somebody's memory to, I'll get on Netflix and I'll look up what is Cowspiracy, what is Forks Over Knives, what is Seaspiracy. Those are all really important. And then volunteering at sanctuaries to help the animals that have been rescued, I feel is an extremely valuable form of activism. It's not just, getting out there and screaming at the top of your lungs for people to stop eating animals or to stop contributing in whatever cause that you're passionate about, but it's actively being involved with helping the survivors or the victims or the participants of that oppression who have been lucky enough to escape it. So I do want to mention when we were talking about the prisoners being put into slaughterhouse work, I'm glad that you guys brought that up after that talk, because I was going to mention that. I had never really thought about that before, exactly what Laura had been saying, that you've got all kinds of, documentation of people of color and immigrants and stuff being exploited in the slaughterhouse industry, but nobody really talks about the fact that so many prisoners, ex-prisoners, people on parole are basically forced to work in these conditions. The first time I'd seen it was on this video that came out last year, Cowspiracy. If you haven't watched this, I guess this is kind of my call to action for everybody as an activist, to encourage everyone to jump online. It's cowspiracy.com. It's free. It's streaming free. It just barely became available for anybody to watch. I don't know how long it will be there, so take a chance to watch it and share it. I've seen a lot of animal rights documentaries, and they all are very powerful in their own way, but this documentary, to me, may have hit me the hardest based on the fact that so many people in my life are religious, and I grew up in Utah, and the hypocrisy I've known has always been there, but I just really didn't know how deep it could go. And it's just one of those things where if you've seen the movie, if you haven't and you watch it, you'll see it just gives you so much information to share with people and so many factual, logical viewpoints to be able to make arguments with people and have great conversations with people that have different beliefs than you. So that is the end of my slideshow, and I wanted to hopefully, before I finish up, and I know I'm kind of saving a little bit of time here, I didn't have as long of a presentation, and that's good. But what I wanted to do is see if anybody had any questions about any of the activism that I've done or participated in. I will say that on the note of being intersectional, I've never even known that was an issue. I've heard, different organizers that this guy has a problem with this guy because he doesn't believe in intersectionality, and everything and all you do should only be about animal rights and nothing else. That's a complete foreign concept to me. But I know it's out there, and it's definitely out there. I just got here to Portland, and I understand, there are a couple animal rights groups that aren't really getting along very well because of this issue. So I'm looking forward to learning more and using my, I guess, my 25 years of direct sales experience as being a good communicator and negotiator to try and help mend some of those rifts and get everybody working together to help move the cause forward without the silly infighting that happens. But does anybody have any specific questions they want to ask?
So yeah, we have a question from Roger Yates, and actually I'll say I was going to ask the same question. This is a tricky and hopefully not divisive question. Isn't there a contradiction between intersectionality and involvement with PETA and Anonymous for the Voiceless? PETA have a history of ableism, fat shaming, racism, etc., while Anonymous for the Voiceless heavily and persistently promoted violent rape fantasists who declares that Palestinians are the most psychotic humans on the planet. He says he's not racist, but a misanthrope, hating humans, including vegan ones. So, yeah.
So I would not disagree with any of that. I am not currently part of Anonymous for the Voiceless. I haven't been since a lot of that stuff went down. Those are some older pictures of that. I do agree that they are not being intersectional at all. So that's part of the reason why. And one of the groups in Portland that isn't as active as they were is the AV group, and I think that's part of that rift. So probably an uphill battle there trying to even approach AV with any concept of intersectionality, but I'm willing to give it a shot. At least as an individual inside an individual group, they'd be willing to listen, and maybe, I'm sure they would. Some people would be willing to listen and change their mind. PETA obviously has a very long history of a lot of different issues and things that they've done. I don't personally work for PETA. I've done some activism with PETA groups because they have so many resources and so much of a far reach. I think that it's not necessarily wise to cut off that relationship completely based on, some of the gray areas, I guess I would say, as far as what their, different practices are. I think you could find validity in every different controversial thing that they've done. If you look, depending on who you talk to, again, it's about having an open mind and understanding that there's different perspectives on everything. And so shutting PETA out completely, in my opinion, is almost a form of discrimination and anti-intersectionality because of their pure power and voice and reach that they have globally with so many different people. But yeah, that's a very, very difficult area. Tough to tread for sure, but very good questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, an argument could be made that including PETA is anti-intersectional because, on the one hand, yes, they have chapters all over the world, right? So I guess what you're saying is that it would be anti-intersectional to not include PETA because you'd be shutting out people from other parts of the world. Is that basically the argument that you're making there?
Well, you'd be able to reach way less people, right? Based on they have such a huge scope and a huge reach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, what's the priority here? Is it, using an existing channel, but a really polluted one, in my opinion, to reach a lot of people, Or, but then of course, people are going to be introduced to the animal rights concept through what they think about PETA in a lot of cases. And, maybe that will attract some, but we don't know how many are actually being put off. Many more may be being put off for those reasons. So, I mean, and also it's just a question of like, what do we stand for in our priorities of movement? Is it really for total liberation, or is it we're going to kind of, to use a speciesist metaphor deliberately in this case, oh, well, you have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? Oh, it's, we have to only prioritize one group and throw the rest under the bus if that's what it takes. Which, you could say is first of all, ethically questionable, and secondly, is that an effective organizing tactic? I don't know.
Yeah,
That's definitely something that there could be a lot of debate about that.
for sure. Well, and just so you know, when we did most of our protests and stuff in Utah, we were using PETA literature, but we were cutting off the PETA logo off of it. So
Flax is a lot.
it's because it's, yeah, you just have to fold the poster under. It's okay. Take off the bottom part, because yeah, there's no reason to have that even that issue come up of controversy when the message is so powerful. We don't want to dilute it by the messenger being, something that people could look at as, not what we're shooting for. I agree 100%.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like we have any more questions that I can see in the chat. We still have a few minutes. So I just wanted to ask a quick question, which is, you've been doing this for 10 years. Have you seen any difference in the way that people are responding to street activism 10 years ago versus now?
Nope.
Not a good sign.
Not how they're reacting to it, but again, that's to be expected. I would expect that depending on where you are and what you're doing, most people that you come across are probably not, depending on where you live, like you're saying in San Francisco, Berkeley, places like that, they're seeing it all the time. But for a lot of people, it'd be the first time they've ever even seen something like what you're doing. So I would expect the response to be pretty much standard, no matter how many years in the future it is. Hopefully eventually it's a lot more mainstream and widespread, and people will be more aware, and we won't need to do it as much, but that's a long way away. I did kind of pen, I guess, a final statement. It's kind of long, but I'll just read it and finish with it if that's okay with you.
Sure.
This is going to sound a lot better than, because I had time to write this down and actually write it out. So I personally believe that the greatest threat to humanity is the widespread belief that we are separate from each other, separate from the animals, the earth, the trees, the oceans, and the energy that flows through everything in the universe. Many fail to understand that what we do to one, we ultimately do to all, including ourselves. The lack of interconnectedness blinds us to the profound truth that everything is interwoven. When a person truly understands this, it is a transformative moment in which the switch is flipped, the third eye is opened, and they become awakened. This state of awareness forms the foundation of all social justice movements, where people join forces to fight oppression in all its forms. These movements seek to protect those who are marginalized, silenced, or deemed less valuable: immigrants, people of color, women, LGBTQ+ individuals, the earth, the oceans, the air, and the countless animals enslaved and tortured across the planet. To refuse to fight against oppression in all its forms is itself a form of discrimination. Every being deserves freedom and the right to live in peace. True activism, therefore, supports all causes that champion the oppressed. This is central to my worldview. Of course, no one can devote their energy equally to every cause. We must focus on the issues that resonate most deeply with us. For me, that focus is on the fight to liberate non-human animals, the animal rights movement. This is an enormous and complex undertaking as we strive to dismantle speciesism on a global scale. Speciesism, the belief that humans are inherently superior to other animals, has justified the exploitation and suffering of billions of sentient beings. While progress has been made in recent decades, this is an uphill battle that demands all of our energy and determination. When discussions around intersectionality arise, it is understandable that some activists choose to focus exclusively on animal rights. I agree that events dedicated to animal rights should remain focused on that issue. However, refusing to allow open discussion of other social justice movements within these spaces is counterproductive and, in a way, discriminatory. All forms of oppression are interconnected, and meaningful conversations about these connections strengthen our understanding and resolve. When conflicts arise between groups, it is critical to listen with an open mind, express why we feel as we do, and seek common ground. Through respectful dialogue, we can resolve disagreements and move forward together in the fight for animal liberation. In my experience, activism groups are at their strongest when everyone feels heard and valued while still maintaining focus on the primary mission. The answer to those who claim that animal rights activists don't care about human oppression is simple. We care about more than one issue. Oppression and exploitation in all their forms are interconnected. Many of us support and actively participate in other causes. However, in this moment, we're speaking for the largest group of oppressed individuals on the planet, those who have no voice and no way to fight for themselves. We fight for billions of animals who die each year unnecessarily because humans choose to consume or exploit them. We are here to help others see that they can make a difference every single day by choosing not to support this suffering. Intersectionality is not a threat to the animal rights movement. It is essential to strengthening it. Recognizing the links between all forms of oppression can unite us and make our activism more effective. By working together with open hearts and minds, we can create a more just and compassionate world for all beings. We are all in this together. We are all animals, and we are all one. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, York. Okay, so we are going to be moving to our next speaker, which is, we're going to be hearing from Jen Salerno, and Jen will be speaking on moving beyond norms of ability and independence. So Jennifer Salerno, Master's in Education, is an early childhood educator with 20 years of experience. Her efforts as an educator and child advocate focus on building trust and community among diverse groups in order to foster social, disability, and environmental justice. Jennifer's work as a doctoral student at Antioch University is situated within critical pedagogy and stems from critical disability studies and eco-ability, utilizing a transdisciplinary approach. It aims to challenge norms and disrupt dominant perceptions of ability and independence by advocating for an ethic of interdependence that encompasses the natural world. So, welcome, Jen. And Jen, you are
There he is.
muted.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
Cool. Let me share my screen. I am super excited to be here. Thank you for letting me speak. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. You can see, yeah, there we are. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit today about moving beyond norms of ability and independence as opposed to interdependence. So let me flip this. There we go. So what does ability mean to you? Ability, honestly, is something that I really hadn't thought of or thought about until I developed a disability later in life. When you stop and you think about it, what does it look like? For me, for a very long time, it looked like this guy down here in the bottom of the corner, right? He's fit, he's able, he's on top of the world. He looks superhuman in that picture. So what are people's conceptions of ability? In today's society, it was created for and by this teeny tiny margin and conception of ability by the dominant able-bodied majority. And this is predicated on the image of an ideal imaginary. So who is this ideal imaginary? What does he look like? Well, he is white, he is male, he is able-bodied, he is heterosexual, cisgender, speaks the standard language, right? He is the epitome of everything. The imaginary other this is literally the embodiment that Leonardo da Vinci depicted in the Vitruvian Man, right? He can achieve success without assistance or help from anyone else. He is totally self-sufficient, self-reliant. He is an ideal worker, employee, ready to work and to go out into our capitalist society and spend money. And this limited view of ability is embedded in us from such an early age, from, the time we're toddlers. I am an early childhood teacher. I teach pre-K. And I am guilty of it. We encourage kids to do things on their own. And when they do, we praise them. We're like, wow, that is so awesome. You did that by yourself. So we are embedding this idea of independence and self-sufficiency without help from others at a very early age. So what is ability? Honestly, it exists in relation to disability. It is a social construct. Disability is used to prop up the norm or ideal of ability. We don't ever really think of disability unless it's in relation to ability. It is the unmentioned other. Its purpose is to lay bare the antithesis of the ideal and contrast the perceived, not even the real, but the perceived limitations and the threat of assistance, not even the actual need. Deviation equals exclusion. So when I look at this picture, like, you see 3 steps, which typically isn't a big deal, but 3 steps in my world and in a lot of people's worlds is huge. It's a difference between being able to go in and be included and being part of groups sometimes, and having to go home and being totally excluded. So this image of the ideal man has created these universalized standards and norms to which we are all expected to conform. We see them in school standards, and what happens if kids don't meet these standards, right? They're othered in some way, whether it be in the classroom with a paraprofessional sometimes, or personal aid, or they're sent to a totally other school and segregated. So any deviation from the norm in some way is rejected. And people with disabilities are seen as deficient when they deviate. And these ideas are upheld by an ableist society. So what is ableism? Ableism is made up of these discriminatory practices that reject diverse abilities. I looked at this picture of the wheelchair on the beach, and I grew up on a barrier island in New Jersey. And for many, many years, the norm for me was rolling out of bed, throwing on a pair of flops, and either walking or biking to the beach. It was something I did every day and just took for granted. But today, just getting onto the beach is a work in progress. So ableism has the power to shape our relationships with nature. There's eco-ableism and the wilderness myth, which we'll talk about in just a second. And they equate ability with strength and interdependence. And you don't think about it, but it's true. They have this power to dictate who belongs in nature and why. There we go. So eco-ableism is the privileging of typically able bodies through environmental design practices and discourses. And it assumes that there's only one ideal body type. And the US frontier myth, this is so interesting. It made so much sense when I found out about this. You know, we see these ads. This is lifted, this picture from North Face ad. And the US frontier myth valorizes this mythical hero who is strong, fit, able-bodied, and he's depicted as conquering nature, mastering over it. And I always think of that story or that adage that your parents or grandparents told. It's kind of a joke. You know, I climbed uphill in 10 feet of snow in a snowstorm barefoot to get to school, and on the way, killed a bear with my loose leaf notebook, right? People triumphing over nature. And a lot of times in the media, nature is depicted as this dangerous place that's separate from us, which is crazy because we are nature. It's one continuum, but it has us convinced that, you know, nature is over here and society is over here. And as a response to this, and I am guilty as charged, I fully admit this, that as a response to the rejection, a lot of times people with disabilities desire ability. They want to be normal. They want these benefits and privileges that the dominant majority has. And through wanting to be normal and these privileges, we are actually perpetuating the ableist structures that work to maintain our subordination. So all these, I thought this is really interesting as well. These are all ingrained norm perspectives, and they are driven into us from such an early age. So the concept of the flawless human that establishes these norms, it promotes sameness and perfection, right? And these ideas create deeply, deeply embedded meaning perspectives. So as people go through life, you know, we acquire these experiences and they construct a framework in our mind. And this framework cultivates our worldview, and that structures the assumptions of how the world works and how we think things are supposed to be. It also guides our actions. And these meaning perspectives, they typically mirror societal norms and biases. Like I said, they are constructed from the time that we are very small and as we interact with different contexts, right? With our friends, with our family, with our neighborhood, with our school, our town, the region we live in. All these micro, meso, and macro systems have such an influence on us. And this is crazy. The most significant meaning perspectives are unconscious. We don't even know they're there and that they are working through us. And they govern how we act and how we conceptualize the world. So in our society, a capitalist society, humans are conditioned to be entertainment and to compete for success, right? People love competition, all kinds of competition, sports, gambling, you know, we pay lots and lots of money to compete or to watch competition. And competition is also prevalent throughout the world's ecosystems, but humans are the only species that compete when it's not necessary for survival. right? In ecosystems, we see animals, they compete for in survival cycles, in mating rituals to become the dominant alpha. But those ecosystems always maintain balance and reciprocity, right? Every entity has place and a purpose, and it contributes to the greater good of everything. Humans, not so much. Don't compete when it's necessary for survival. We compete for wealth, status, and success. So, anthropocentrism, humans above all else at the top of the hierarchy. It's a lot like neoliberalism, which is preoccupied with being situated at the top through pervasive domination. We just want to dominate everything and climb our way to the top. And when we do this, and we're at the top, all other species and entities are subservient and they occupy a space of instrumentality. As a result, they're objectified, they're exploited, deemed expendable, and they're othered. Essentially, they're a means to an end. Humanism, anthropocentrism, independence, these are all really well-established norms in Western society, and they promote competition and individual success. So, how can we combat this? Like, what can we do to make a difference? Equability is something I think that we can use to uproot these ingrained norms. So ecoability is the philosophy that nature, non-humans, and people with disabilities, they all promote interdependence, right? And respect for diversity and instead of sameness and normalcy. It speaks to discursive ableism and contests the notion that independent ideal, contests the independent ideal and promotes relationality with nature, right? It advocates for this continuum that we are all in this together. We are all interlocking, humans, animals, nature. And it recognizes that this mythic idea of unencumbered, flawless individuality isn't real. It's a fiction, right? Everything on Earth has flaws and vulnerabilities, everything. But in actuality, our flaws are our strengths. They're our superpowers. They're what makes us unique and different. Not justification for marginalization. So with the principles of ecoability, they point to this need for the eclectic web of relations and the interconnections. They stress mutual reliance over self-reliance. And this is interesting. The moment anything is born, they enter into relationship with nature. As soon as they draw that first breath, right, they have a relationship with the natural world. And ecoability works to uncover that and assert ways that, or assert interdependence and community. So over to the right, this is a picture of a cruise ship. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the sport of rowing or crew. I grew up rowing. I started when I was a little kid and rowed and competed through grade school, high school, college, well into adulthood. And it's the ultimate in interdependence. Everyone in the boat has to be interlocked. and relies on one another. But there's one thing I could never get past. It promotes sameness, right? Sameness, you all have to be doing the exact same thing, same way, and be perfect. Otherwise, the boat is offset, you lose balance, right? And essentially it doesn't function the way it should. But the other day I had this epiphany, right? Talking about interdependence. What if instead of trying to create a boat where everyone is doing the same thing interdependently, why not look at the boat as a whole? Look at everyone's idiosyncrasies, right? Look at their strokes, their natural strokes, and have them fit interlocking like a jigsaw puzzle, and think of the boat that way. Like, how much of a difference would that make? I spent years and years banging my head against the wall trying to get everyone to do a perfect stroke, when really it's just about fitting together with the others in a way that the pieces come together to form a greater entity than the whole. So eco-ability can act as a new worldview, right? It can be a lens used to critically reflect on the taken for granted norms and meaning schemes that drive us towards sameness and perfection. I am the first to admit I'm a perfectionist. I'm an overachiever, and it is not the way to be. It leads us all towards sameness. And again, these are deeply embedded habits of mind. So going forward, we need to reconceptualize ability. And one way to do this, inspired by the work of Paulo Freire, is to use the tenets of equal-ability as a life pedagogy, right? A way to be, a way to think, a way to act, a way to see the world that guides our action, that benefits nature and people with disabilities. Right. And first step is through gaining awareness in how we are complicit in our own marginalization. A life pedagogy that can be a force that assists in disrupting and the conditioning of the mind. It can challenge ableist attitudes and contest notions of interdependence, and this idea of the flawless ideal, right? And this is the first step, gaining awareness for yourself. Second step, I think eco-ability would make an outstanding framework for an emergent pedagogy for early childhood education. Schools are such powerful institutions, and a lot of times they don't use that power for good. Instead of trying to dislodge these meaning schemes in adulthood, we should work to create them in childhood. Education is an amazing public service, and it gives children the opportunity to become critical thinkers who are prepared to support a diverse and sustainable society. And when I really appreciate York's presentation, because one of the things that I struggle with is how to enact change, real significant, deep, lasting change. And when I was working on my dissertation, I thought of a dandelion, right? You hold the one dandelion, a single dandelion, and you blow on it, and seeds grow everywhere, and it can populate an entire field. And I thought one early childhood class could have the power to populate a field, right? It starts with one kid or group of children, and it's not just the class, it's the teachers, it's the parents, it's the siblings, it's the teachers' aides, and a little bit rubs off, and then a little more rubs off, and it just spreads and cultivates. And that's a beautiful thing, I think. So a school predicated on equability has the possibility to reimagine ability through the lens of diversity and abundance. It can move beyond these taken for granted norms of interdependence and embrace an ethic of interdependence that encompasses nature and the natural world. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Oh, what just happened? Oh, there we go. So does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much, Jen. That was a really beautiful presentation. I don't see any questions in the chat yet. But I did want to say that I thought it was really interesting that you brought up like the Vitruvian Man as sort of like the apex epitome of, you know, the able-bodied ideal, because like Leonardo da Vinci, I mean, a lot of people think that he was neurodivergent, you know, he might have had like ADHD. If you know, I mean, obviously there was not the conception of that back then, but you know, he certainly was very idiosyncratic. He was eccentric. You know, whether he had a diagnosable condition or not is another story. But, you know, it's like interesting how a lot of times, you know, the work of somebody who is, let's say, not, you know, aligning to that standardization, you know, sameness that you mentioned, that will be kind of, you know, then appropriated to represent this very oppressive norm. So I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And I think in that case, it's art imitates life. Back in the Renaissance, there was this surge in humanism, and the Vitruvian Man is part of that surge in humanism, like where the humans were considered the center of everything. But yeah, like you said, you had a lot of things going on that were not in keeping with the life of the art.
Yeah, and I mean, the irony of this is that, you know, it's this whole idea of, you know, human progress behind that, and that, you know, that standardized norm represents the epitome of human progress. But actually, there would never be any progress if there were not divergences, right? If there were not diversities. So that's the irony of it, is that actually it's the ultimate in status quo and just stalling.
Right, yeah, it's I mean, if you look at all the change makers, right, they're the ones who broke the mold, who shattered these ingrained norms and took us forward. Like it really boggles my mind how it was even possible for them to break the shackles of society and move forward.
Exactly. Yes, that point can't be stressed enough. I feel like sometimes that gets forgotten. You know, even in all the talk of neurodiversity, physiodiversity, sometimes that's not recognized, that, you know, it is from that diversity that new growth appears, right? Just like in the ecology, it's dependent on diversity. So it's ironic even in a way to frame it in terms of ability versus disability, because it's like, well, by whose perspective, you know, it seems very subjective rather, but posing as objective.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's flipping the script.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any questions. Do you want to share any final thoughts?
I, you know, it's been
Only-
like Cool
Hold on, I think, did something come through here? Yes,
Yep,
no,
just think.
sorry. It looked like there was something and then it turned out to not be. Sorry, go ahead.
It's been such a cool experience. To speak here, I honestly didn't know what to expect, and honestly, the diversity here and the eclecticism is inspiring. Yeah, honestly, I came in and I thought a lot of people would know about ecability. There'd be a lot spoken on that, a lot spoken on animal activism, but it's been such a wide range, such a great experience. Sorry, I'm also a little brain dead. I just submitted the proposal for my dissertation, so I think I slept like maybe 6 hours in the past 3 or 4 days.
We don't expect you to be a Vitruvian man. You're okay. It's okay to be tired. But it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Jen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so our next presentation, we are going to be hearing from Jason Bayless on a radical guide to collective liberation. So Jason Bayless is a dedicated social justice activist whose work spans over 2 decades, focusing on animal rights, farm worker advocacy, and collective liberation. With a reputation as a transformative leader in the activist community, Bayless combines organizing, education, and coalition building to challenge oppressive systems and inspire collective action. Bayless's activism began with his commitment to animal rights. As a co-creator of PETA 2, PETA's youth division, he developed campaigns that mobilized young people to confront animal abuse across industries, including entertainment, agriculture, and fashion. His contributions to the animal rights movement extend to his work with the Center for Animal Liberation Affairs, now known as the Institute for Critical Animal Studies, where he served as a founding board member, web designer, and more recently, a senior advisory board member. Through ICAS, Bayless has promoted critical scholarship and activism that challenge speciesism and interconnect struggles for justice. Beyond animal rights, Bayless has championed the rights of farm workers, serving as president of the board of directors for the Center for Farm Worker Families. In this role, he worked alongside agricultural workers to confront systemic inequalities and amplify their voices in the fight for economic and social justice. His leadership reflects a deep commitment to addressing structural oppression and fostering solidarity across movements. Bayless is also a national board member of Move to Amend, an organization focused on ending corporate personhood and eliminating the corrupting influence of money in politics. His advocacy in this space highlights his dedication to grassroots democracy and systemic change. As the founder of A Radical Guide, Bayless has created a global platform that illuminates the history and contemporary efforts of radical movements. This initiative serves as a resource hub, connecting activists, hosting workshops, and supporting community-driven projects worldwide. Through this work, Bayless has raised critical funds and amplified the voices of movements committed to building equitable and sustainable alternatives to systems of oppression. Jason Bayless's vision is one of interconnected liberation, where struggles for animal rights, worker justice, and grassroots democracy are woven into a broader movement for equity and dignity. His tireless commitment to the work inspires individuals and communities to imagine and enact transformative change, making him a sought-after speaker and respected leader in the fight for a more liberated world. So thank you, Jason.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to unmute. Thank you for that. Thank you for having me. Thank you for hosting this conference. I'm excited to be here. I don't think of myself as a speaker. I struggle with the idea of me being in front of folks talking about things. I consider myself more of a conversationalist. I like to really be in conversation with folks about how they want to see the world, what liberation means to them, and then be in collaboration of like, how do we make that happen for people? And that is the foundation of which I started the organization of Radical Guide, which started as a hobby project back in 2018, where I just created a directory, a map of radical locations around the world, which stemmed from, you know, when I would travel, when I would go to places, I would always seek out, you know, radical bookstores, radical history locations of places where events happened or people were born that actually created a different way for us to think about the world and see the world and engage with it. And as I was developing this directory of listing all those locations, I was in conversation with folks about it, and people were intrigued by it. And the number one thing that that came about was like people just were really shocked by it, not knowing what was in their own backyard around the work and the legacy of liberation movements and struggles and kind of that exploration. So from there, I began having deeper conversations with folks of like, well, now that you're aware of what's in your backyard and what's happening, what would you like to see more of? And, you know, curiosity and education was always the first answer in most of those conversations. So I would be in conversations like, well, what would it look like if we were able to bring the legacy and pull a thread of liberation movements from the beginning, you know, of time to current day, and connecting those dots and connecting that history, and really building up an idea that, you know, we're not alone in these thoughts. You know, it seems like at times that, you know, these struggles are difficult, and that there are only a small percentage of people who really believe it. We're labeled terrorists or radicals or all these things. It seems like there's just opposition to creating a world that we all deserve. But through the act of actually seeing what's out there and what exists, and the legacy of thought kind of gives us a collective solidarity and strength in terms of what we can do, because, you know, it's hard to create that world that we all deserve without being able to see it. And it's hard to be able to see it when we're taught that it's not possible. So what happens when we change the narrative and saying, look, it is possible? It's happened throughout history. There's been people talking about this and exploring this um, since there's been, you know, people on the ground. There's been this struggle here. And so what happens when we actually are able to see the future through our history? That led to the conversations around, is like, okay, now that we become aware of how to move forward and the legacies and the shoulders that we stand on, what is needed in terms of collective liberation. And through that exploration, you know, a lot of things come up, and you know, it's different for each geographical location, each community, each individual. And so if we're able to cultivate those conversations in those kind of domains, what becomes possible from that exploration. And what I found, and what a Radical Guide kind of contributes to, is I was like, one, a lot of people is say that, you know, through that inspiration and that awareness, we need to invest resources and time and school. I mean, this conference is a great example of bringing people together to share, you know, deeper insights and collective knowledge around that. Is like, then the question is like, now that we know, then what do we do? And how do we do it? And when you ask how do we do it, um, finances normally comes into play. Is like, well, we need money to be able to do something, or we need to build alternative models of economy to be able to fight against the systems, to fight against the struggles that are in front of us, to remove the barriers to actually achieve collective liberation. So a Radical Guide has actually stepped up into that domain where we help contribute not only resources in terms of education, resources. We also step up and help fund projects on the ground, because there's like we see that there is a need for us to envision and create that one, but we also need to fund the world that we want to create and deserve. So that's kind of the background thinking of the creation of a radical guide. I want to kind of go share my screen real quick and just kind of talk about the impact and how we approach it. So I don't know how your screen, but maybe speaker view would be good for if you're not on that, just so you can be able to see the slides. So a radical guide, one of the ways that we strive to connect with folks is, to be in conversation with folks, is we organize our work and at least our thinking around 3 domains, 3 pillars of our work, and that's to connect, amplify, and unite. And so in connect, we see it in kind of 2 domains. We want to connect people who are already on the ground doing the work by connecting them with resources and funds and others in the movement, so they can be more effective and the work that they're trying to do. And we also want to connect people who are just starting out or don't know how to get involved, but they do know that they want to be involved with something. They see something's wrong in the world, and they see something that they want to make change, but they're not aware. We want to be in conversation with them and connect them to these movements and to these ideologies and to this legacy of movements. And so what that looks like on the ground for folks is, like, one example is that we have our mutual aid general fund, where we give out $150 every month to a local grassroots organization who's actually working on the ground to create and cultivate the world that we all deserve. And this is just a screenshot of 2 recipients of the fund, social media thanking who received the fund. We have NorCal Resist and Sacramento's Punks with Lunch, and they're doing tremendous work on the ground. And so we look at or in conversations with these groups and saying, well, what do you need to be successful? Most of the time the answer is we need to be able to fund the work that we're doing, and 2, we need resources to help lift up the education around why this work is important. So Radical Guide steps in to both of those domains and co-creates content, educational platforms, and also helps support raising funds for groups like that. We also work with groups around the world, and this is just one example. I could probably spend all day talking about all the examples, but this is one example of some of the work that we do in terms of supporting groups around the world. Is like we help support the Feral Crust Land Regeneration and Autonomous Network group, which is an eco-anarchist collective based in the Philippines, who's working on a community project to actually help build stable ecosystems and wildlife and nature regenerations. They're also to create a place to for folks, for the community to come in and learn and practice nature-related skills and sustainable living. Another goal that they have is actually provide open teaching, skill sharing, and event space for the community to come and connect with not only each other and the indigenous community, but also to the animals and nature itself, to develop a relationship they may not currently have. And also to engage in cooperative work in both local and non-local people in improving cultural relationships with folks. So we helped raise money to get this project off the ground there in the Philippines. So these are just 2 examples of kind of the work that we do to connect, to support the work on the ground, to create the world that we all deserve. The way that we connect with folks who are curious and want to get involved who may not already be connected with the movement or groups on the ground, as we offer different ways for engagement. Because we recognize not everybody starts out identifying as an activist or wants to be an activist, but many people do have a desire to contribute to meaningful change. So we provide entry points for folks to engage, to develop not only the ways of thinking about how to cultivate the world, but the language to do so, because there's so many, going back to what I was saying earlier, in the conversations of people going, hey, I didn't even know this was in my backyard. This legacy and this history of movements. It's the same way with the terminologies and relationships of movements that people are not taught. So we want to be able to provide access points for people to develop the understanding of the terminology and the language, and develop a relationship with what it means to be in liberation movements. So we provide podcasts and audio books for people to listen to, and normalize being able just to talk about these issues. We provide workshops and online courses for people to go deeper into the trainings and conversations and gain practical skills around this. And then from there, we also provide direct community support. When people are ready and there's like, hey, I want to be connected with what's happening in my community, to actively engage, volunteer, and contribute to grassroots initiatives, we help, connect folks, whether it's through our directory or they reach out to us and say, hey, I live in so-and-so area, and I'm having difficulties finding people who are really looking at systemically at the issues that need to be challenged. Can you help? We're in conversations and connect with those. We also help support folks who say, hey, we just started this group and we're struggling with how to organize, or how to come up with our mission and vision, or principles, or order of operations, and all that. We also step in and help provide guidance. All of this is for free, obviously, and then we also offer online discussions and panel conversations, so people can explore ideas, ask questions, and connect with others who are on similar journeys. And that's where our third pillar of Amplify comes into play. And the way we do this is, as mentioned before, is through, we do screenings, we do people's movement assemblies, we do weekend events, online panel discussions, workshops, conversations. We have a guide for Radical, which is just a guide that is split up in 3 parts: one text-based, podcast-based, and also online course that really goes deep into what it means to actually cultivate the world that we all deserve, so people can engage and have permission to talk about these issues. And the way we do this also is to bring in grassroots thinkers, people who are on the ground actually doing the work. We give them a platform so they can actually be elevated to talk about their struggles, talk about their successes, talk about their ideas, so the larger community can learn from and also contribute to the work that's happening on the ground. So we offer live and pre-recorded events of people just really exploring what's happening on the ground. But we don't just leave it to grassroots people, but we also bring in well-known thinkers, because we know that those people who are curious but don't know how to get involved also need the theoretical aspect of it. So we bring in well-known thinkers to also talk about these issues, to really connect to the theory to collective action. And we've had a lot of success on that, which moves us to our third pillar, which is to unite. So as mentioned, we want to unite people together, but we also want to unite people and movements to resources, both financial and in terms of educational and physical resources. And currently our directory, as mentioned before, list over 1,200 locations worldwide on 7 different continents. And it grows every day. And this is user-based, so anybody who goes to our wants to add a location can add a location to it really easy and get their movement and their work represented so other people can connect with each other and be in conversation. And if it's not on there and you want to be in conversation about how Radical Guide can support your work, you can reach out to us and we'll be in conversation with it. Like for one example, a member from General Strike US Detroit chapter, this is what they had to say about how Radical Guide has actually supported their work. There's a video that you can actually watch online. I'm not going to play it here, but breaking out some of their quotes, they said is like a Radical Guide can help connect individuals with other radicals in their areas. It offers enrollment in progressive courses to further one's organizing knowledge. The website provides resources that are necessary for organizing, including our mapping of resistance, which can be used to connect with organization and individuals locally. And this organizer says that Radical Guide is a one-stop shop for free thinkers who need or want some direction and connection with other folks on the ground. So I know I said at the beginning that I'm not much of a speaker. I like to be more in conversation. I know that I spent the last however minutes that was just speaking at you. I want to kind of remove that, but I wanted to give you some background to the work we do, and I want to open it up now so that, you know, more so than just Q&A, but let's be in conversation about what you're up to and what you want to learn about the Radical Guide. And I also want to learn about what you're up to. So let's open it up. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Jason. That was really good. I loved the emphasis on mutual aid. You know, this idea of that this can, you know, this kind of idea that it's something that is mutually beneficial and interdependency and all that. And of course, I always bring up also the fact that, of course, where mutual aid as a concept comes from, right? Because I find that a lot of times people in the animal liberation movement, ironically, don't think about that, of who was the example originally for mutual aid, right? It was non-human animals themselves. So we're kind of taking a cue from them when we engage in mutual aid. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of comments in here. People saying that it sounded great, that it was really interesting. If anyone has any questions, please put them in the chat.
Yes, all questions are welcome. I'm open to anything. And I'll put the link to the chat, or not to the chat, to the website if you haven't already checked it out, want to check it out. Going back to the mutual aid conversation statement, one of the things that we are a 501c3 nonprofit. We just became a 501c3 this year, about 7 months ago. And the reason we decided to take that path and become part of the, you know, nonprofit industrial complex, sadly, is because, and again, going into that in that conversation about creating the world that we all deserve, I ran into conversations with folks who say that they want to be involved, but they're afraid, or there's some barrier that keeps them from being on the ground, but they want to support and fund these movements, and they want the benefit of a nonprofit, you know, the tax write-off to do it as well. And I had that conversation with a lot of people, and I was like, well, if we can be more effective in funneling and funding the work that needs to happen on the ground, why not do it? And what's really neat about a nonprofit, this is not praising nonprofits, but in our perspective, what's really neat about it is that it automatically makes your organization a public organization. You're now responsive to the people who support you. And so now, you know, we can actually lift that motto up and say, if we believe in collective liberation, if we believe in mutual aid, if we believe in a better world where we are all accountable to each other, then let's change the model of the charity model of a 501c3 and actually create it to fund what is needed where we no longer need to worry about a 501c3. So that we're definitely taking that on. And the mutual aid fund, because of that, because we became a 501c3, has kind of really expanded and grown because people see that mutual benefit of the tax write-off, that helps them fund things that they normally wouldn't fund. And if we can take that money and give it to people who fly under the radar, or give it to groups who would normally not receive donations because they're too radical or because they challenge the status quo too much, then let us be that connector.
Interesting point that you bring up about kind of the logic of, is a nonprofit more answerable to the public than, let's say, a grassroots organization that's not registered 501c3. I guess I would ask, do you feel though that that can be a concern in the way that, for example, you might feel like you have to shy away from speaking on certain issues for fear of alienating donors, because obviously that's a major issue in the whole, as they say, nonprofit industrial complex.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And just one slide of clarification. I don't want to compare us becoming a nonprofit to grassroots groups. It's a comparison to the corporate model, that we are accountable. We're more accountable than a private organization. Doesn't mean we're more accountable to a grassroots, because I think what makes grassroots organizations and grassroots organizing important and critical is the direct connection and direct relationships with the people on the ground. It's a response to that. So I don't want us to think that we're saying we're better than those groups. So we're saying we're more accountable to the public than a private corporation. And then I lost your second aspect of that question. Could you help remind me? Sorry.
Yeah, just the concern about, having to self-silence for fear of alienating donors.
Yeah. As of today, Radical Guide has taken a position that our commitment is to the collective liberation. We are taking the role of that, and that pillar amplify is to amplify the voices that are not heard, to amplify the messages, to amplify the things people may not be comfortable to speak about. We want to normalize those conversations. So if we lose donors because of that, I think I'm not going to say I know we're okay with that, because we know there's somebody out there who will support that. And whether that's volunteering, whether that's financial, whether that's helping create resources, there are people out there who are willing to do it. So we will not shy away and will not compromise what we think through the collective conversation of what's needed, to advance this movement.
Yeah, I have to say that this is an especially important point to raise right now, because obviously there's been a lot of talk on the animal rights activists in this part of the world, or organizations, I'll say, not speaking out in opposition to the genocide in Gaza. And especially, it's especially relevant to our movement, of course, because Israel has vegan washed their image and made it seem like they are the world's first vegan nation with the world's first vegan army that is committing genocide, no less, that is, an occupying, genociding army. And, so it's really kind of like our moral obligation to speak out. And yet I think a lot of organizations are not saying anything, possibly for fear of alienating donors who may align more with Zionist sympathies.
Yeah. I may be showing my age on this, but when I entered the animal liberation movement when I was younger, there was a core understanding about our work as animal rights activists or animal liberation. And then, the old slogan, human rights is animal rights, or animal liberation is human liberation. We somehow moved from a movement-based, for lack of a better term, ideology, to a consumer-based ideology. We're no longer hearing the banner of liberation. We're seeing the banner of consumerism and plant-based. And so as shocking as it is, it doesn't surprise me that we're hearing a narrative, oh, we have a vegan army. We're here, hearing this because I think as a movement, and I'm not speaking to everybody, but as a larger movement, we've lost our roots on that. And that's another aspect of why I think it's important for a Radical Guide to really connect us to our legacies and talk about our history in that sense, because when we lose that, we go down different paths, we create new paths. And sometimes new paths are needed. But when we are saying we're about collective liberation, animal liberation, human liberation, and we're not talking about that because we think it's great that there's a vegan item on a menu, or we think that it's easier. Those things are great. Don't get me wrong, but that's not the purpose of our movement. That is not the purpose of our conversation. When we talk about, like, as you mentioned, I was the president of the board for Center for Farm Worker Families. And when we talk about farm workers in the United States and across the world, if we're not connecting that to the abuse and to the systems that exploit both human and non-human, then we're only telling half of the story, and we're not going to get complete and total liberation. And that's our job. And I think that's what I really love about this conference, is that it represents everything from theory to collective action of the connections of that. Be talking about liberation, and we can't be talking about only animal liberation if we're ignoring or not addressing, people's ability to access. Yeah, so I think it's we're at that second wave where we got to start pumping this back up. We've been co-opted. We've been co-opted by capitalism. We've been co-opted by consumerism, and I think we're at a turning point. And how do we
Yeah.
get there? Let's be in conversation and do it.
Let's hope you're right that we're at a turning point, and I could not agree more with all of that. Okay, thank you so much, Jason. So we are going to be moving to our next speaker, and our next speaker is Nathan Poirier. Nathan is going to be speaking on the anarchy of Black feminism. So Nathan Poirier is a tutor of various sciences and social sciences at Lansing Community College. Nathan is proud to have co-edited the books Emerging New Voices in Critical Animal Studies, Vegan Studies for Total Liberation, Expanding the Critical Animal Studies Imagination, Essays in Solidarity and Total Liberation, Veganarchism, Making Veganism and Anarchism Dangerous Again, and exploring topics of non-human coexistence, passion, praxis, and presence, and is author of the shortly forthcoming book, Veganarchism, Against All Oppression, Everywhere, All the Time, with active distribution. Okay, so Nathan, welcome, and we are so excited to hear you speak.
Oh, okay.
We could hear your audio for a second and then it went off again. Nathan, is your audio working? Hold on.
Okay. So I think I should be unmuted now. And
Yeah, you're
hopefully,
working now.
great, thank you. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't go back again. All right. And so I should also be sharing my screen. Let's see here. There we go. All right. So thank you, Laura, for the introduction. So this presentation is from a chapter that I am on in one of the books Laura read, the Veganarchism, Making Veganism and Anarchism Dangerous Again, book that recently came out on active through active distribution. So I want to start this with a little bit of discussion of Jennifer Nash's book, Black Feminism Reimagined After Intersectionality. So this to me kind of frames everything that I wrote about on this topic, that I've thought about on this topic, and generally that I plan on saying today about it. But this book was very transformative for me in general. And so Nash's basic fundamental premise with this book is that Black feminism and Black feminists should be open to critiques, both inside and from those outside of Black feminism, about Black feminism and about intersectionality in particular. So Nash spends a lot of time in the book talking about various critiques and how to respond to them, how to be open to them, and how to not overly limit and delimit what Black feminism and intersectionality are or should be or could be about. And I thought this was a very powerful narrative to read from someone deeply involved in the space. It was a very different line of rhetoric than a lot of things I had been hearing about this general topic. Nash also delinks Black feminism and intersectionality from the identities of Black and or woman, and especially from the particular intersection of Black woman. And she links the notion of Black feminism more to one of a mentality or a political orientation than any sort of actual identity. And this is a critique that's often leveled at people that do not fit the identities of Black women in particular, speaking about using, let alone critiquing, Black feminism. And so part of that Nash's book as well, I would say, is well beyond the fundamental thrust of her saying Black feminism should be open to critiques, but is an offering to think otherwise, not just about, again, Black feminism and intersectionality, which she refers to often in this respect. But I think, and I took away from this book, more of a radical openness and an ability to think otherwise about anything or everything. So one's politics or coalition building or intersecting movements and things like that. So I thought this was a very powerful intervention into what we might call radical politics. I don't want to just say Nash's book is only about Black feminism, but I think it is much larger than that. Certainly in general, even though she talks about Black feminism specifically throughout. But I think it's important to remember to be open to critiques personally as well. So Nash is saying Black feminism should be open to that. And I think readers should also take away from this book that we should be open to critique, not only from outside, but also from inside. We should constantly reevaluate our own positions, those of others, and look for similarities, differences, and connections, and so forth. So with that in mind, I'll say just a little bit about some relationships or some of the relationship between Black feminism and anarchism. And so there certainly have been Black women and Black feminists that have identified as anarchists. Zoe Samudzi is a contemporary in this space, written and spoken about that. But Lucy Parsons is a fairly well-known name in more classical tradition around 1900 for being a very outspoken Black feminist, Black anarchist. But I feel like Parsons often does not get as much credit and as much visibility as someone like that I think would deserve, and that's one of the reasons I had interest in this sort of project that this chapter, this presentation is about, as well as people like Hilary Lazar, who is not Black but has very much written on Black feminism, Black anarchism, and the connections. So there are certainly overlaps. There are connections, there are affinities, there are resonances between Black feminism and anarchism. But the two are by no means the same. The Black Feminist Project overall is not something I would call anarchist. And that's not, for more than one reason. For one, I don't think it would be for anyone to put a label on Black feminism, probably other than Black feminist. So I'm not going to call it anarchist. But also many Black feminists do not identify as anarchist. A lot of Black Feminist Project does not seem to talk about anarchy directly. They do not seem to identify as anarchists. So there's somewhat a bit of a separation there too. But that being said, if one reads Black feminism, or at least if one reads it with any sort of anarchism in mind, then I think one would notice it's really readily apparent that anarchy is already present in Black feminism, and I would say that it always has been. And the two, in some sense, in some way, are still almost inseparable. That there's a strong Black feminist current. There's a strong anarchist current in Black feminism, and I would say that's true regardless of any specific relations from specific Black feminists to anarchism. And so one of the hooks that really set this idea and this interest off in me to look into is this quote from Marquise Bey in their book Anarcho-Blackness, where they say, and I'll read this here, I am still unsure why there are so few who describe themselves as Black anarchists, despite the strong resonances of anarchism within Black feminism and the Black radical condition. So this statement also really stuck out to me, and this idea certainly stuck out to Marquise about there being such strong affinities between these two general movements or radical traditions, yet little explicit identification. And that's not something I wish to particularly do here. Again, I'm not trying to equate or claim any Black feminist as anarchist or anything like that. But this idea of anarchy being latent, or maybe not so latent, within Black feminism is very interesting to me because of how little it seems to be highlighted within the space. And so looking into this this connection is something something Marquise has already done with the Combahee River Collective and their Black feminist statement from 1972. And even though in that statement, part of what I think it's famous for is a lot of things, but they present themselves as socialists in that statement, yet Bey reads a distinctly anarchist current from that statement. And so I really appreciate that kind of look and that kind of like pulling out of ideas from something that has a different label, yet Bey recognizes anarchy within it. So this is something similar to that is what I have done with a couple other Black feminists. So particularly Fannie Lou Hamer and Anna Julia Cooper. So looking into these two Black women is part of a larger project of mine where particularly after 2020 here in the United States, when Black feminism, among other things, kind of had another resurgence, was a lot of names were being thrown around, a lot of Black women, a lot of Black feminists, and I kept hearing kind of the same names over and over. And so I wanted to look deeper and look at more of kind of the more history of Black feminism, and particularly contemporary Black feminism, and just look at who else has contributed to this tradition. And so these are two of the women whose thoughts and politics I have looked into. And so after learning about both of these women and their lives, their stories, it became kind of interesting to compare them as well, because Hamer on the left and Cooper on the right were very different. They lived at a bit different times. Their lives overlapped. Fannie Lou Hamer kind of had her peak in the 1950s and 60s. And Anna Julia Cooper did at least her most prominent writing. A Voice from the South came out in 1892, so more than a half century before. But also Fannie Lou Hamer was a bit more of what we might call a street activist. She was out on the streets. She was doing marches. Whereas Cooper was a bit more of an academic, we might say. Cooper had a PhD. Cooper wrote and published manuscripts and those sorts of things, whereas Hamer did a lot more of her activism through speeches. So live presentations versus the written word. And Hamer was not very educated and was a field worker. So these two women led very different lives, yet their radical politics, I think, are quite overlapping. And one of the things that particularly stood out from Hamer was her view on leadership. And Hamer's view on leadership basically was an anarchist view. So Hamer never didn't see herself as a leader, and what she saw, what she sort of conceptualized leaders to be were people who helped others become leaders, essentially. And so his idea of leadership was about recruitment into the struggle and helping others, not about elevating oneself, not about taking a lead per se, but about doing what needs to be done to help a collective liberation effort. And this fits very much in line with Lorenzo Irvin's and William C. Anderson's notions of leadership in their books on Black anarchism that came out after Fannie Lou Hamer's life. But Hamer also believed very much in this idea of total liberation, although this was not a phrase used by Hamer or really used at the time. But Hamer was very famous for saying nobody's free until everybody's free, and particularly that she was not free until others are free. And she spent a lot of time trying to recruit lots of people together to make a united movement. And that even though Fannie Lou Hamer was a Black woman, she was very clear about not only speaking for Black women or about Black women, but reaching out from there, really, like she says here in this little quote, but to everybody. And so Cooper had a very different a story, a very different output, which is very interesting, not only to compare, but to kind of read both of these women and about both of these women. But Cooper very much in her writing disavowed hierarchy. There's a very prominent strain there, very much against racial, of course, inequalities, about educational inequalities, political inequalities, the oppressor versus the oppressed, governments versus the people, and that sort of thing. So both these women, Hamer and Cooper, spoke out against the government, particularly the United States government and the military. And these are well, the government, of course, being anti-government is very anarchist there, but being anti-militaristic is something that I don't think is talked about enough, something that's explicitly talked about enough. And these two women certainly had that prominent in their outputs. Cooper also saw opportunity and multiplicity. So Cooper was an earlier articulator of kind of a Black women's standpoint, but also that Black women's standpoints were many and varied. And so that Cooper realized that her voice was that of a Black woman, but only of a particular type or a particular biography of a Black woman, not for all Black women. And so this is a strain that is carried through Black feminism very much, but it's also, again, I think, very anarchist in the fact that no one is privileged with some sense of ultimate truth and to inherently be able to speak for others. Cooper definitely was very much against that, even though she had a PhD, she was involved in education and higher education. She very much was not about using that position to elevate her voice over anyone else's. She also So Cooper wrote her dissertation on the Haitian rebellion in the 1700s, which is widely considered the first successful slave rebellion, or at least in the West. I guess I forget that in particular, but it's a very pivotal moment to in Western slavery and Black autonomy movements. And if through studying that, as well as other facets of life, Cooper asserted that there is an inherent will to resist in people, and that as long as there is oppression, there will be resistance to it, because that is a flame that exists in people, within humanity, that that can never be extinguished, and so it will never be extinguished. So this is a very, I think, anarchist thought as well. Of not only resistance, but this idea of autonomy and wanting to live under one's own sort of governance or will. And Cooper's writing style as well, I think, could be described as anarchic. It's quite varied. It's how I'm kind of told Shakespeare wrote, that Cooper wrote to many different audiences at once, not only within particular publications, but across publications. So she would use formal language, but she would use informal language as well. And she would use things like sarcasm and humor, and just really vary up the ways she put things down on paper. And so I think that style in general could be described even as anarchic. So this is just a real brief, overview of these two women and how I see anarchy through their praxis, even though neither one of them, to my knowledge, ever at all in any sense closely associated themselves with anarchism. So then, in thinking about particular Black women and their connection to anarchism, I also wanted to think about how this fell into how these women and their thought and their anarchist connections fell into the larger Black feminist project. And there's no shortage of connections here either. One that seems kind of obvious to me is the notion of abolition within Black feminism. Abolition, of course, being against police, against jails, against punishment, and for transformative justice. I would say all of this falls in line with anarchy as well, of being against these things and being for things like transformative justice, open dialogue, bringing people together to discuss issues rather than punishment, canceling, and things like that. There's also a very prominent focus within Black feminism on local communities governing themselves. So turning away police, supporting people who are being evicted, not calling the police, handling issues within communities, and things like that. And again, this is I think one of the backbones of anarchism, right, being anti-state. It's not about external authorities coming in to handle issues. It's about us, doing it ourselves, and that we are capable and we will handle our own problems. So that's prominent in both. Black feminism has also been about pointing towards theorizing and enacting alternative modes of existence. And this is in various ways of life. I mean, one is, having communities without police. But Black feminism has also been about alternative family structures or alternative means of income. And so these are very much, again, I think would be in line with anarchism in terms of looking beyond the state, beyond money, beyond traditional ways of living. The notion of intersectionality, I think, can also be very anarchist. I see intersectionality as being a critique of hierarchy and domination and authority in general. And so I see no reason why that should be, that term itself would be separated from anarchy, at least in terms of use and borrowing, as well as identity politics and coalition building. And I put these together because I think the Black feminist project of coalition building is largely based in identity politics. From reading the CRC and people like Audre Lorde and others, the coalition building seems to be based on similarities, specifically perhaps in the 70s and 80s of Black women organizing together because of those identities that they shared and had, but also recognizing that within that there were differences, that each particular Black woman was different, that each particular person who was oppressed was different. And it's based on the similarities and differences that coalitions should be and could be formed. I think that's very much a part of the rhetoric of Black feminism, and again, I think quite anarchic as well. So some closing thoughts here. It is not my intent with this at all to anarchize Black feminism. It's not my goal to somehow transform Black feminism into an anarchist project. I don't think that would be accurate, and so I don't think it'd be a worthwhile endeavor. But again, the point is to show the resonances, to read Black feminism in and of itself. And in fact, that's how this started, is I just wanted to read Black feminism, more of it, read a little deeper, so to speak. And when I did, I just found anarchy all over the place. I didn't go in looking for it, but I found it. And after I did, I couldn't not see it anymore. And I saw the Black Feminist Project as rather thoroughly anarchist, even though they didn't say so. And that's okay. People don't have to use certain words. It's about the politics. It's about the orientation. It's about one's feelings. And I think there's a very strong anarchist current in Black feminism. I also keep Nash's words on intersectionality and Black feminism close to heart. This idea of being radically open to critiques, but also therefore being able to lovingly and as an ally critique other movements. Critique, doesn't just mean negatives, but it can be a very supportive act, and that's part of what Nash was saying, and that's part of what I took away from this project. And one thing I would like to do, and one reason I wanted to present on this particular topic, was I've had the idea for almost 3 years now of editing a book on the anarchy of Black feminism. So doing what Bay did with the Combahee River Collective, and what I talked about a little bit for Fannie Lou Hamer and Anna Julia Cooper, is looking at particular Black feminists and picking out the anarchist strain of their life and their efforts, and just showing that connection and making that implicit connection, making it very explicit and very visible. So it's still my hope that some book like that will emerge, particular collection that brings this together in each chapter, each part of the book, all the way through. And so I'd still like to do this, but if I were to lead an effort like this, there's some things I would need to happen for it to be done what I think would be right. And I haven't been able to line those up yet. So if that comes out before, if someone else does it before I'm able to get to it, I would be very happy to see that. So with that, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm sure potentially controversial as well. Yeah, so if you have questions, please put them in the chat for Nathan. And of course, I'm going to ask the obvious question, which is, have you been getting any heat for speaking about this issue as a white man?
Yeah. Well, not much yet. So the chapter, in the book, the Veganarchism book that just came out, it just came out. So that hasn't been able to circulate much. So I don't know how much it's been picked up on yet. I guess I haven't gotten much directly. So, I think it's fair to say that the co-editor of the book actually was hesitant to include this chapter. I was pressed a bit on that when he read the first draft. I think that led to some really good revisions and deeper thought and reflection. But the thing is I think if anyone actually reads the chapter, I don't think there's anything really problematic in there. And that's because a lot of what I'm doing is looking at Black feminist writings and really trying to engage with their work. I'm not claiming to be a Black feminist. I support Black feminism, but I'm just not making that claim for partly that, those reasons. I'm not claiming to contribute to Black feminist theory. However, some people might think that I am, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I have spoken with people, I've had conversations with Marquise Bay about this at least, who do not think this is a problem though whatsoever, and that it shouldn't be for really anyone trying to make such interventions. And I think if anyone reads Nash's book, the what Black Feminism Reimagined, that's what Nash is saying, is that it should be okay. And so Nash, I think, it's also clear from Nash that she is not trying to open Black feminism up to just be diluted or something like that either. But I think reading those you'd see that I don't think transgressions are being made.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting question to raise of, can people draw inspiration from different movements? Is there something wrong with that if, let's say, they belong to, they don't belong to that oppressed group themselves, or they even belong through something that they can't control, certainly not, ideology, that'd be different, but, through aspects of their identity that they can't change, they're members of the privileged or oppressor group, but they reject that, and they are drawing inspiration or strength for that rejection from other movements for liberation, people's liberation movements, and wanting to stand in solidarity with them. And so, I mean, it's like it really opens up a very interesting, obviously provocative space, but an important one maybe to kind of ask those questions. And you are brave to step into that potential minefield. So I got a message from Roger Yates. He said, "Great presentation, Nathan. When we formed the Vegan Information Project in 2013, we used lots of Black feminist writing and quotes in our literature, especially notions of no one is free until everyone is free."
Yeah, and so that's definitely an element, that I left out of the presentation. What we might say, I left a vegan element out or something like that. So like Roger's comment about bringing those two together. Yeah, and I think that's such a great connection and fertile ground, and such a good idea. So that's another way to bring movements together. And so looking at people like Hammer, Cooper, Nash, I think that would be in line. And so this is part of what I talk about in the chapter. So the chapter goes a little bit more into a vegan aspect of things, and I just kind of cut that for presentation purposes. But well, there's the same issues there, with like Black feminism and anarchism and those tensions. There's definite tensions between Black feminism and anarchism, even though I think we could feel so much anarchism within Black feminism. There's going to be some hostility even between those two, as well as Black feminism and what we might refer to as veganism. But part of what I'm trying to do these days that grew out of this book, the Veganarchism, Making Veganism and Anarchism Dangerous Again, in particular, which led to the spin-off solo publication, which should be coming out soon as well, on basically the same topic. But is that I don't see Black feminism, anarchism, veganism, so on. I don't even see these as distinct. And so that might be kind of where Roger's coming from too, with this kind of comment of, or partly, but so even though I didn't talk about like non-human animals, today as part of this, they're certainly not left out for me. And so I just see it as part of, one struggle. When something's talked about, everything's talked about. And I think that's of a matter of necessity, or else we're not being radical. So for me, it's there, even though I didn't talk about it.
Yeah, very interesting. Very powerful statement to end that with. So yeah, oh, we have another message from Roger. Absolutely, there is a vegan information presentation called "We Are Each Other." Yeah. I mean, that's definitely, kind of the movement towards the real total liberation, right?
Right. Yeah. And there's just great work from a lot of Black feminists, at least. I mean, there'll be similar quotes from elsewhere. I mean, Obviously, Vegan Information Project, you know, is another location. But about this idea of we are each other, but like I said a little bit about, but recognizing the similarities and differences. And I think that's part of what makes us each other, is we do have similarities, and that's cool, but our differences are also grounds for connection. And our differences are also grounds for collaboration. Like Jen's presentation, this, you know, right, this notion of interdependence, and that kind of being the way of the world. And that is how we are each other. We are each other through each other. Yeah, I think that's, you know, very powerful, and makes connections, even if some people don't want connections to be made.
Yes. Okay, so I guess, do we have any other questions? It doesn't look like we have any other questions. So thank you so much, Nathan.
Thank you.
Very important conversation on that one. Okay, so the next presentation actually is from Kelly Nix. However, Kelly was not able to attend today, unfortunately, because she had an emergency and had to go to the ER. So she did send in her presentation, and I am going to read it. And if you'll give 1 second, we're going to take a 1 minute break, and then I will be right with you. Okay, so I will be reading Kelly's bio and then presenting her presentation. So Kelly's presentation is on ecofeminism, intersectionality, and the exploitation of non-human animals in industrial agriculture. And these are the stories of Lily and Lizzie. So Kelly Nix's journey as an advocate for animals and humane education led her to Love and Arms Animal Sanctuary, where she serves as the executive director. With a background in special education, principal, and unhoused services, Kelly recognized the transformative potential of education in advancing animal welfare. As an educational doctorate student at Antioch University, Kelly is committed to promoting humane education as a crucial tool for creating a more compassionate world. Her leadership at Love in Arms allows her to inspire others to recognize our interconnectedness with all living beings. Beyond her work at the sanctuary, Kelly serves on the board of the Association of Professional Humane Educators and as the Sanctuary Partnership Specialist for Connect for Animals. In these roles, she advocates for the integral role of farmed animal sanctuaries in providing refuge and raising awareness within the animal rights movement. So this presentation is going to examine the interconnected systems of oppression affecting non-human animals through the lenses of ecofeminism and also intersectionality. And it's going to focus on the stories of Lizzie and Lily, two piglets who were rescued from a Smithfield Foods facility in 2017. Lily and Lizzie's experiences exemplify the commodification and deprivation of autonomy that animals face in industrial agriculture. An ecofeminist perspective reveals parallels between the reproductive exploitation of female animals in factory farming and patriarchal control over women's bodies. And intersectionality is further going to enrich this analysis by examining how class, race, and speciesism intersect to perpetuate systemic oppression, with industrial farming disproportionately impacting marginalized human communities and the environment. So through Lily and Lizzie's narratives, we're going to illuminate the lived realities of animals within industrial systems and demonstrate the power of their stories to foster empathy, inspire action, and provide a platform for educating about the interconnectedness of oppression and liberation. This presentation emphasizes the critical need to challenge anthropocentric and patriarchal narratives, advocate for systemic change, and envision a compassionate future for all beings. Okay, so okay, can you all see my screen? I guess it says you can. Okay, so we're going to be looking at entangled oppressions, and this is, of course, Lily and Lizzie's story, and it's an ecofeminist and intersectional analysis of animal exploitation. So this is a story of two lives and a movement ignited, two lives rescued and a movement ignited. In 2017, Operation Death Star exposed the horrific reality inside Smithfield's Circle 4 farm in Utah. Amidst immense cruelty, investigators rescued two piglets, Lily and Lizzie. When the FBI raided a Colorado sanctuary hunting for the piglets, the founder of the sanctuary faced a choice. He would have to either, cooperate or speak out against the corporate government collusion. His brave whistleblowing helped catapult the rescue story to millions. The rescuers, charged with multiple felonies, were ultimately acquitted in a resounding victory for compassion and the right to rescue. Lily and Lizzie's journey from suffering to sanctuary offers a powerful lens through which to examine animal exploitation through ecofeminism and intersectionality. It exposes entangled oppressions and invites us to envision interspecies justice. So one of the major themes here that Kelly is pointing out is female bodies as factories. Lily and Lizzie's lives typify the gendered commodification of female animals in industrial farming. Confined to gestation crates and valued solely for reproduction, their bodies are systematically exploited for profit. This mirrors the patriarchal control over women's sexuality and reproductive labor. From forced pregnancies to the devaluation of motherhood, the domination of female reproductive systems is central to both human and animal oppression. As ecofeminist scholar Carol Adams argues, industrial animal agriculture is built on the interconnected objectification and exploitation of female bodies, both human and non-human. And we have this great quote from Carol Adams: "The assumption that animals are things all too easily translates into the assumption that women are things." and that's from the Sexual Politics of Meat. Then we have the Slaughterhouse at the Intersection, which is obviously a nod to Patrice Jones's book, The Oxen at the Intersection. Fantastic book for anyone who hasn't read it. I highly recommend it. Smithfield's factory farm imperils vulnerable communities with toxic waste, noxious odors, and water pollution, a stark case of environmental racism. Slaughterhouse workers, primarily from low-income and immigrant communities, face severe psychological and physical tolls from the trauma of killing. This trauma fuels cycles of violence impacting their families and communities. The same ideologies that enable animal exploitation, viewing certain beings as disposable, also underpin the oppression of marginalized humans. Speciesism and human supremacy are entangled with racism and classism, disproportionately burdening the most vulnerable. And so we have a few different images here. This is a Denver slaughterhouse across 40 feet away from the South Platte River. So the significance, of course, of that is that there's going to be all of this manure and fertilizer, ammonia, and then that is going to be hitting that river and polluting it. We have Sampson County in North Carolina, very famous, infamous, I should say, image of the manure that just floods out of there, massive pools, or what they call lagoons of manure. And occasionally a slaughterhouse worker will speak out. So this is Jose Huizar, who was a former Denver slaughterhouse worker, speaking out on that. And so bearing witness to resistance, and I apologize for not knowing the Brave New Life Project. Again, we just got this from Kelly, so I didn't have a chance to look into this beforehand. So from their first moments of freedom, Lily and Lizzie defied the farm's attempts to break their spirits. Even in unimaginable confinement and deprivation, they persisted in expressing agency, curiosity, and a zest for life. At the sanctuary, their vibrant personalities, deep bonds with each other, and their human caregivers stood as powerful testaments to their sentience, emotional richness, and undeniable subjectivity. Their story invites us to question human supremacist assumptions and bear witness to farmed animals as individuals with inherent worth, as someone, not something. In their resilience, we see them not as passive victims, but as active resistors against systems of domination. And then she's highlighting storytelling as a form of activism, which I'll just quickly add is certainly very true where true stories are concerned of individual animals or oppressed beings in other contexts, but of course can also relate to things like storytelling through narrative film or books or any kind of art that tells a story. So sharing Lily and Lizzie's story is a courageous act of narrative resistance against a system dependent on obscuring the individuality and suffering of farmed animals. Direct Action Everywhere's groundbreaking investigations and rescue footage made the invisible visible. Offering an unfiltered window into the realities of factory farming, Shalene's courageous whistleblowing further exposed the industry's cruel workings. By centering on Lily and Lizzie's lived experiences, their suffering, and their triumphs, their story shattered the dominant, quote-unquote, logic of domination that reduces animals to mere commodities. It invited the public to view them with fresh empathy as feeling beings with intrinsic worth. The immense public resonance of their story, from the outpouring of support to the jury's tearful response, attests to the power of storytelling from the animal's perspective to foster transformational and connections across species boundaries and mobilize resistance. So she also has an image describing how did the Smithfield tribe affect the jurors. And this is really amazing because probably none of these jurors were animal rights activists initially. And yet, as you can see, they were all deeply, deeply impacted by the story of these two little piglets. So juror 1 said, the piglets are just a commodity to this company, and ended up getting involved in animal advocacy in the end. The second juror said, they were trying to save the piglets. I know that was the intent, and now values animal welfare more strongly than before. The third juror said they believed in their case and they were honorable and was impressed by the animal advocates. The fourth juror said, one side was just a hard, cold number, and the other one really talked about the care these piglets needed and was also impressed by the animal advocates. And the final juror said it was a sacrifice when the prosecutors compared piglets to looks like it's hard to read from here, but hold on 1 second. Let me make that a little bigger. Oops. A dented can. So the prosecution compared the piglets to a dented can. And they were so affected by that they have not eaten pork since the trial. So all of the jurors at minimum were impressed by the dedication and the commitment of the activists. They certainly weren't dismissing or ridiculing them, as we often see with, in a lot of cases with people's response to veganism or animal rights advocatism. But they were very, very moved because instead of it focusing just on the activists, it was these two individual little piglets and their personal story. So here we have a little bit about their story. This is Lily. And despite finding love and care at the sanctuary, Lily's story is filled with inescapable sorrow. Her untimely death, due to the lingering effects of industry brutality, is a wrenching reminder of the toll of animal exploitation. So kind of a bittersweet ending to this story. Yet, Lily leaves an indelible legacy in her passing, a spark of hope. Her memory is an inspiring call to envision a world of interspecies justice and solidarity, where no animal needs to suffer as she once did. And then we have Lizzie, and ecofeminism lights the path forward, an ethic of attentiveness, radical care, and compassion across socially constructed boundaries. It calls us to bear witness, take action, and reweave our relations with all beings in the web of life. This is Lily's most powerful gift, the chance to carry forward her story and fight for a world where empathy triumphs over exploitation and sanctuaries are no longer necessary. In honoring her legacy, we dedicate ourselves to making this a better world where human and animal liberation is possible. So that's it. And of course, it would be hard for me to answer questions because it is not my presentation. But if anybody wants to share anything in the comments, please do so now. Any thoughts you have, anything you'd like to share, please put it in the comments. Hey, if nobody has any comments, we will move on to Varun. Varun is going to be our next presenter. And Varun Verlan is going to be speaking on Canada's plant-based treaty efforts. So Varun Verlan is a Toronto-based animal rights advocate who became vegan 10 years ago after learning about the horrors of India's dairy industry, falsely portrayed as ethical and rooted in reverence for cows. Varun serves as the digital media director for Animal Save Movement and the Plant-Based Treaty. With a bachelor's degree in journalism and postgraduate certifications in public relations, corporate communications, and marketing management, he combines his expertise with activism. Varun uses digital media to inspire compassionate, sustainable practices worldwide. So, Varun,
Hi, everyone.
hello.
Happy to be here. So should I start?
Yes.
Okay, I'll quickly share my screen. Great. So today in this presentation, I will introduce the Plant-Based Treaty and our 3 R's, redirect, relinquish, restore. These are 3 main principles of the treaty, along with our 40 suggested proposals for ensuring that our food system is Paris aligned. I will explore how cities are already implementing policies in line with the 40 suggested proposals, and specifically look at action plans in Brampton, Canada, and some cities outside of Canada, like Edinburgh, Amsterdam, which have endorsed the treaty. So yeah, so these are the 34 cities around the world that have endorsed. In the United States, we have 4. Canada, the first one was Rainbow Lake. A few months ago, it's a small town in northern Alberta. And then Brampton, which is a predominantly South Asian suburb outside of Toronto. Then we have a few in United Kingdom, some in Europe, EU, Netherlands, Portugal, and a bunch of cities in India. So along with these cities, the call for a treaty is edging close to quarter of a million people, 3,500 groups and businesses, cultural leaders such as Sir Paul McCartney, and over 100 scientists, including 5 Nobel Peace Prize winners. So as I was talking about it earlier, we have 3 principles. We call them 3 R's: redirect, relinquish, and restore. So the treaty would redirect resources from animal-based to plant-based food system, a big transition like our switch to electric vehicles. As this increasingly yields new affordable plant-based food choices, plant-based treaty will begin to relinquish to halt the expansion of animal agriculture's harmful practices and restore the ecological systems that these practices have degraded. So we're often asked how plant-based treaty would look like in action. So today I will demonstrate how cities worldwide have already begun to implement plant-based food policies, including cities that have endorsed the treaty. The treaty has, as I said earlier, 40 suggested proposals. So basically 40 suggested proposals is, on our website, we have a list of 40 suggestions that cities can implement. So say in Toronto, hospitals don't come under city's jurisdiction, but that's one of the proposals. So they may not be able to implement that one, but they may implement, say, senior care homes that comes under, their jurisdiction. So redirect, plant-based treaty's first core principle, redirect, aims to eliminate the driving forces behind food systems impacts and the promotion of plant-based foods and active transition away from animal-based food system to plant-based food systems. Edinburgh, there's a case study for Edinburgh. It was the first European capital to endorse a plant-based treaty in 2023. Prior to the endorsement, Edinburgh did an impact assessment report looking at how 40 proposals would impact the city. And then they followed up after the endorsement by spending a year developing a citywide plant-based food action plan, identifying actions they could take in line with the 3 Rs and 40 suggested proposals. So now I will look at some of the proposals and how some of the cities are implementing them. So proposal number 6 is calculate consumption-based greenhouse gas emissions and prioritize a shift to plant-based foods and public education in climate action plans. So in case of Edinburgh, the plant-based food impact assessment, they estimated that food and diet accounted for 23% of the city's consumption carbon footprint. So what happens a lot of times is that cities will look at production-based emissions. So say, like when they do production-based emissions, they tend to be very low because most of the animals and most of the farms are outside of the cities. So like, you know, if you look at production, the production-based emissions would be higher in the country, for example. So what we really recommend is that a city do consumption-based emissions. And when they do it, it turns out to be a lot higher than production-based. So yeah, so they found that 23% of cities' consumption had a consumption-based footprint from food. Then next proposal is proposal 8 is design public information campaigns to raise awareness about the climate and the environmental advantages and health benefits of plant-based food, nutrition, and cooking. So Edinburgh agreed to annually mark Veganuary in the council office buildings by promoting a vegan dish of the week throughout January. Then proposal 10, which is part of Redirect, focuses on transition to plant-based meals in schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and prisons, government institutions, universities, and businesses. So in case of Edinburgh, it's engaging with further and higher education sectors to increase plant-based food and catering provision. All food and drink provided at council meetings and events include plant-based options. Council offices, restaurants, and cafes must always include plant-based option, including plant milk. They're piloting a scheme to provide healthy plant-based snacks for activities with young people in libraries. They're engaging with food service providers to increase plant-based options in the public and private sector. And when new contracts arise, they will ensure plant-based foods are accessible at city festivals and Christmas markets. Then proposal 11, it's about mandating transparency in food labeling. So yeah, again, with Edinburgh, they partnered with this group called Climato. So they help institutions with labeling. So Climato and Edinburgh, they're working to introduce carbon labeling in schools and cities, universities to help people think about the impact of their dietary choices. So what that will look like is, say, University of Edinburgh, in their cafeteria, when students order, they'll be able to see if they're ordering, say, you know, quote unquote hamburger, the amount of land that was used to make it, water, you know, emissions. And if they order plant-based, they will know, okay, so plant-based option, so much fewer greenhouse gases and, you know, so much less land. So that will, you know, help form, you know, environmentally friendly eating habits. Then, yeah, so when Edinburgh endorsed, they encouraged other cities to endorse the plant-based treaty. So Edinburgh Council leader Cami Day, who is on the screen, wrote a letter to all of the City of Edinburgh Council sister and twin cities, as well as to metro mayors to encourage them to endorse the plant-based treaty. Second one is case study of Amsterdam. So Amsterdam became the second European capital to endorse the plant-based food in 2024. Their endorsement also included implementation in aligning with plant-based treaties, suggested proposals under R1, which is Redirect. So proposal 10, transition to plant-based meal plans, institutions, and businesses. So when Edinburgh endorsed, they pledged to enter a covenant with major employers, public institutions such as hospitals, community centers, care institutions to ensure that all employees, visitors, patients can obtain fully plant-based meal options in all publicly funded institutions from 2024. A commitment to introduce vegan Fridays to the city, a commitment to ensure the animal protein ratio reduces to 40% animal to 60% plant-based by 2023, and to organize a annual plant-based conference. So here we have Brampton, Canada. It's just outside of Toronto. It's predominantly South Asian. So with Brampton, it became the first city in Ontario, the province, to endorse the plant-based treaty. So we have our team at the City Hall. So yeah, they also are implementing Proposal 10 of 40 suggested proposal. So the plant-based treaty motion in the case of Brampton commits to developing an ambitious plant-based food strategy, including environmentally friendly plant-based food and drink options to be featured at city council meetings and civic events, alongside displayed information about the climate and health benefits and relative cost of different protein sources, and informing people about how to achieve a balanced plant-based diet. Events in Brampton's open spaces will be required to include plant-based catering options. They will evaluate the potential for increasing plant-based food options and introducing plant-based default in City of Brampton facilities and during regional events. The city will promote a plant-based awareness week and use municipal communication channels to educate residents about sustainable food practices. So when we met with them on the day they endorsed, they were talking about having it during Earth Week. So, and they were very excited, looking for ideas. Okay, how can we make it successful? We need your help. So we are really engaged with them. And they will also develop an action plan to implement changes following the treaty endorsement, with progress to be reported in 6 months. So it's very exciting. So I'll play a short clip of regional councillor Tour, who played a key role in making this endorsement successful.
My name is Gurpratap Singh Tour.
Let me see if my audio is working.
The Regional Council Wards 9 and 10, City of Brampton, also the Chair for Economic Development. I also sit on the Environmental Advisory Council here at the City of Brampton. And today, City of Brampton officially endorsed the plant-based treaty. I think it is amazing to take the step in the right direction, especially when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about climate action. This is one of those things that is very necessary. And what it also does is it also brings a lot of public awareness. And we hope that residents of the City of Brampton, people that do business in Brampton or with Brampton, get to see the treaty as well. And
so it's a long video. If you want to check, you can check it on our YouTube. So yeah, some other case studies. So San Francisco didn't endorse, but here we have another example of a city that has calculated consumption-based emissions. So that's what we as Plant-Based Treaty encourage, as it increases accountability for all emissions that their residents are responsible for and prevents the outsourcing of high emissions to other communities, either locally, regionally, or globally. So Proposal 8 of Plant-Based Treaty, it calls for public information campaigns to promote the benefits of plant-based food. There are many cities who have endorsed the Plant-Based Treaty, have started implementing this, and some standout examples from around the world. I'll just quickly show. So this one here's a great example of plant-based food sampling. So following ACSMA UK's Plant-Based Treaty endorsement, Climate Change Officer, Councillor Louise Venabelt launched monthly plant-based bring and share events where the community are encouraged to bring non-vegans along to the event along with a plant-based dish to share. So these are their promo graphics. So yeah, it's been pretty good. This is from New York City. So New York City's health department launched Eat a Whole Lot More Plants campaign, where they're urging people to eat more plants. So different languages. This is from Manchester. So Manchester spent 30,000 pounds on advertisements around the city, encouraging residents to live more eco-friendly, including eating less meat and dairy. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser delivered a proclamation to launch the first Veg Restaurant Week in 2022 to celebrate and promote local plant-based cuisine with new dishes and specials. This is a great example of Ann Arbor City Council, which voted unanimously on a 3-year contract with Veg Michigan, a community group to deliver plant-based food projects, including education materials, week-long plant-based eating challenges, 700 bags of plant-based foods to give away residents new to plant-based eating, and engaging with plant-based businesses to provide more, engaging with businesses to help them provide more plant-based food options. So they spent $135,000 on this project. Then Washington, D.C. publishes an annual food system assessment report on the state of the district food system and how to make the food system more healthy, equitable, and sustainable. They map out inequities in food accessibility, finding half of Hispanic and Black residents experience food insecurity compared to 14% of white residents. The program spotlights local actions and policy initiatives such as commercial composting, urban agricultural grants, and the Green Food Purchasing Act. So yeah, here are more examples of Proposal 10 in action. When Axmouth UK endorsed the plant-based treaty, they committed to 100% plant-based catering at climate events and meetings. They also asked businesses at their summer fair to include a minimum 2 plant-based options displayed at the top of menus along with environmental impact labeling. Hayward's Heath, the first town in Europe to endorse the plant-based treaty, is building up test cases of events where plant-based food has been successful with the aim to go 100% in the future. So New York City has been great in terms of plant-based food policies in schools and hospitals. They partnered with Greener by Default to have plant-based meals, the default option for inpatients at all 11 public hospitals. Half of eligible patients are sticking with plant-based option with high satisfaction rate. In schools, meat-free Mondays and Plant Power Fridays have been introduced, benefiting 1 million children in the public school system, sorry. And then Proposal 17 focuses on supporting farmers in a plant-based transition, through organic farming and things like that. How are we time? We have 3 more minutes. So yeah, R2 is Relinquish, which focuses on stopping the problem from increasing. So it's about stopping food system impacts from getting worse. It's similar to the calls of no new oil and asks for no land use change, including deforestation for the purposes of animal agriculture due to its inefficiency. Some examples. So Proposal 23 here relates to stopping deforestation for animal agriculture. In 2025, the importation products linked to illegal deforestation, including meat from areas where forests are clear for cattle farming, will be banned in the EU. So we'll see how it turns out. Wait a second. And then this one is a very interesting one. Again, relinquish no new large industrial fishing vessels. So in Lyme Bay, Dorset, UK, it's an area near the sea. Bottom trawling has been banned. In this decade that followed, the number and diversity of species increased in the bay. Marine conservationists say Lyme Bay's approach should be replicated because it outright bans destructive bottom trawling, setting it apart from the other marine protected areas. So Restore, plant-based treaty, third principle, Restore is actively healing ecosystem from land freed up through dietary shift. Rewilding will help us build resilience and mitigate climate change and improve biodiversity. So some examples. So Lambeth Council's plant-based food endorsement included the promotion of plant-based foods as a key element in their food poverty and insecurity action plan, as well as their broader work on food and health. This includes continuing to deliver programs that promote and improve accessibility to plant-based foods. For example, fruit and vegetables intake is promoted to children and their families through school-based activities. Local fruit and veg vouchers are distributed to vulnerable households, and the Healthy Start scheme is actively promoted for those who are eligible. So that is it. If you have any Q&A, or any questions, sorry, just let me know.
Very inspiring work, Varun, with all of the amazing actual impact that plant-based treaty is having, you know, the traction that you're gaining. So yes, if anybody has questions for Varun, please put them in the chat. I see a comment, great work, plant-based treaty. Yes, I agree. Okay, so while we're waiting, I'm gonna ask if you could tell us a little bit about whether you think that this would be easier to pull off in Canada than other parts of the world, easier than the US, you know, because this is the North American conference, right? So I'm kind of looking at this in the comparison of the US and Canada as two different North American countries. Mexico, of course, would be a completely different situation again. So yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on what you think the context of it being in Canada, how that influences your ability to do this successfully.
Yeah, so in November, just last month, we had the endorsement of Brampton. And Brampton is a pretty big city, I think more than 700,000 people. And it's in the suburb of Toronto. So when we met with the counselors, they were very, very supportive. And this by far, I would say, is probably the most successful endorsement because they are looking at those proposals, and many of them focus on, you know, actually implementing, you know, plant-based food policy. And I think Brampton, once Brampton endorses, like it will create just a ripple effect. So it's endorsed. Now we are looking at Toronto. Toronto has been a bit challenging. We did do deputations at the city council. And one thing we were initially struggling with is champions. So in the case of UK, the reason we find it easier to do it there is because of counselors who are champions. You know, they push for a plant-based treaty. Like, you know, they'll be like, oh, like, let us know how we can help you out. In Toronto, we found that difficult to do. So gradually, so when we had deputation, we were just, you know, just asking the staff, okay, let us know which counselor is more into environment. And then they give us ideas. Okay, go to this one. He may help you out. And then we went to one of them, and then we asked, okay, who else can help us out? So we are working, you know, we found out there were like 3-4 counselors that are willing to help out, and then you know, they are more like they're environmentally friendly and they want to help out. So yeah, let's see how it turns out, because if Toronto is the biggest city in Canada. If it endorses a plant-based treaty, it will just be, you know, more cities we want to endorse, because we can use Toronto as a big example. So that's why having champions in a city is super important, because sometimes, you know, you don't have those. And yeah, like to add to that, we were at a conference in Ottawa a few months ago. So many mayors and councillors there. So one thing we found was that some of them were willing to help. We got 3 mayor endorsements there. It's called AMO, Association of Municipalities in Ontario. And a lot of them were saying, okay, I helped you out, like I'm signing it, but I don't want to be out there advocating for it because I live in, you know, in the country and it's like a cattle town. So they don't want to be targeted. So that's something we're struggling with. And, we even got a bunch of counselors who endorse, a lot of them saying the same thing. Oh, I've signed it, but I don't want to be put on the spot, because the lobby is so strong. So yeah, I think in smaller towns it'll be a bit more difficult. So we're aiming for cities. So yeah, hopefully Toronto will endorse, and then we'll move on to other cities.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think it's significant how you were saying kind of like needing allies in the cities. I'm thinking also about for anyone who's familiar with Cooperation Jackson in Mississippi, they've kind of created this radical experiment of a Black autonomous, directly democratic community in Jackson, Mississippi. And the way that they got it off the ground in large part had to do with having allies in, really not even allies, like actual members of the initiative go into positions in the city government, and then that accessed, the public funds to use something that would actually benefit the public for a change instead of, being controlled by the elites to benefit the elites. So yeah, I mean, that's a really, really important point. I think it's something that sometimes animal rights activists can lose sight of because, they don't necessarily think in terms of like political terms in the political sense of the term of electoral politics.
100%. And like policy changes creates so much bigger change. In case of, like New York City with vegan by default. I was talking about the other day, like how if you're a vegan, getting admitted in the hospital, ordering vegan meal, that's like one vegan meal versus hundreds of other non-vegan meals. People who are getting admitted in the hospital, they're getting served meat, dairy, and eggs. But if you'd use that vegan by default in hospitals, they found that it was about 60% uptake. So that's one vegan meal versus 60% of the whole meal plan being vegan. So yeah, I think getting political is super, super important because it creates like change at a much bigger level. Isabella is asking, hi, I hope I didn't miss. How did you access the admission of the residents of a particular city? That's a good question. I believe that was, we know of Edinburgh, but I'm not really sure. Like, I think that was part of their impact assessment, but I don't know the details of it. But I can find out if you can, like, I'll put my email address for. Any other questions? And yeah, just one more thing. Everyone can endorse the plant-based sweetie. It's just basically, people sometimes get confused. Okay, endorsing, what does that mean? It just means that you agree that we need to shift to a plant-based food system. And you don't have to be vegan to sign in. You just have to recognize that we need to shift to a plant-based food system. So plant-based sweetie focuses on coalition building. You don't have to, like, we don't just work with vegan groups. In Toronto, we have someone who advises us, who helped with fossil fuel treaty in Toronto to get endorsed. So she's not vegan, but she helps, she guides us. Okay, this is what you do, and this is how you go about getting the endorsement. So we're taking her advice. So can you put the link? Yes. So it's simply www.plantbasedfree.org. Laura, you're muted.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Thank you very much for very, very inspiring work. Amazing. And I'm praying that it continues to flourish. It could really be an inspiration for the rest of the world, actually. Specifically the meat heavy, Western imperialist nations will say, to see what is happening with Canada, and that something like this could be possible. Could be very inspiring for other movements in other parts of the world. Okay, thank you so much. I am actually going to be presenting as our next speaker. So we will take a 1-minute break, and then I will be presenting the next presentation. Okay, so as mentioned, I am your next speaker. And my name is Laura Schleifer, and I'm going to be speaking on the topic of Earth as a concentrated animal feedlot operation, animal agribusinesses plan for greenwashed global conquest. So I am the Institute for Critical Animal Studies Conference Director, Program Director at Promoting Enduring Peace, and co-founder of Plant the Land Team, which is a Gaza-based vegan food sovereignty community projects team and food justice team. A lifelong artivist, quote unquote, and graduate of NYU Tisch School of the Arts, I've performed throughout the Middle East with a circus troupe, taught in China, Nicaragua, and at Wesleyan University's Green Street Arts Center, performed off-Broadway, and arts mentored homeless youth. My screenplay, The Feral Child, was a Sundance Screenwriters Lab finalist, and my essays appear in a number of anthologies, journals, and other publications, including New Politics Magazine, The Leftist Review, Project Intersect, Force of Vegan, The New Engagement, Kropotkin Now, Life, Freedom, and Ethics, Resisting Neoliberal Schooling, Dismantling the Rubricization and Corporatization of Higher Education, Fever Spores, William S. Burroughs and Queer Letters, and Expanding the Critical Animal Studies Imagination. Essays in Solidarity and Total Liberation. Okay, so I am going to be speaking on a topic that I am just starting to really research in depth, and I felt that I needed to speak out on this as quickly as possible because actually it is probably what I would consider to be probably the biggest, maybe the biggest animal rights issue in the world, and also one of the biggest human rights and environmental justice issues, threat to all of the above. And yet, no one knows about it, including in our own movement. And I only know about it thanks in large part to the efforts of the scholar Livia Boscardin from Basel University in Switzerland, and also Dawn Moncrief from A Well-Fed World. They are probably the only two people in the animal liberation movement that I have heard speaking about this. And it's called the Livestock Revolution, and the global agenda for sustainable livestock. So I'm going to be getting into what that is and why it is such a threat to multi-species survival in the world, we'll say. And basically the way that I found out about this is a story in and of itself, because I was really researching a thesis that I had about land grabs, because we are living in an era of intense land grabs. And I was trying to find out how much animal agribusiness-based land grabs were a role in mass displacement and why there are so many refugees in the world, including a lot of the ones that end up working in, ironically, the slaughterhouses and factory farms. And what I found was that the situation was not entirely what I expected. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. And we're going to be talking about Earth as a concentrated animal feedlot, animal agribusiness's plan for greenwashed global conquest. So what I found out is that actually, although there certainly are a lot of animal agribusiness land grabs happening and displacements happening and indigenous struggles to stay on their land, that particular industry was not as prominently featured in that as I was expecting, and that there was a very surprising reason why. And it turned out that it was due to something called the livestock revolution, which has to do with how they are producing so many animal products, quote unquote, but yet not using as much land as you would expect for that, although they certainly are still using a lot of land. So the livestock revolution was a term that was coined in 1999 in a report called The Livestock to 2020, The Next Food Revolution, which was written by a team of researchers from the International Food Policy Research Institute, the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, and the International Livestock Research Institute. And basically the idea behind it was that due to rising population growth, especially in the global South and East, and thanks to trade deregulation and outsourcing of production under neoliberalism, economic growth stimulating the rise of a new middle class in rising economies in the global South and East, very often known as the BRICS countries, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Ethiopia was on that list, etc. That these rising economies and growing populations would inevitably want to consume more animal products. And thus the world faced a predicament. How could we meet this rising demand for animal products, quote unquote, on a finite planet with limited resources? So they were admitting that there was a problem here. They were admitting that eating meat, dairy, eggs would be more environmentally intensive and destructive, but they kind of opened this question without asking another question, which you might think would be an obvious question, which is, well, why necessarily would everybody want animal products, and why are we not questioning that maybe we should be shifting to a more plant-based diet as opposed to a more animal-based diet? And there was really a Western supremacist underlying assumption here, which is that while the entire premise of the report was based on the idea that such a rise in global animal consumption would trigger an environmental crisis, at no point did the report's authors ever raise the idea that perhaps rising economies might not necessarily desire more flesh, dairy, and eggs, that plant-based foods could meet any rising demands, or that the global majority's traditional plant-based diets could be just as nutritious and delicious, if not more so, than a more dairy-heavy Western-style diet. But instead, the authors framed the meat and dairy Western diet as naturally superior and as the inevitable, that's the key word here, outcome of society's quote-unquote developing and modernizing, which is an old colonial trope going back to the era when European colonizers demanded that farmed animals be shipped over from Europe to the lands they were colonizing because they believed indigenous forms of plant protein, like all other aspects of indigenous cultures, were inferior and primitive. So this really, in many ways, was a throwback to social Darwinian conceptions of evolution, which is this idea that there's an overall worldview that all cultures develop in the same linear trajectory towards a more consumerist, more productivist, capitalist, Eurocentric normative. So this idea that evolution goes in one direction, one pathway, and that Europeans are further along on that continuum than any other groups of humans. And of course, today we would say Westerners or the global North, not exclusive to Europe, of course. But if you look at this image on the right, it's a disgusting racist image from that era. But you can see that it starts out with non-human primates and then shows this so-called evolution into other humans that are not white Westerners. And then, the end of the evolution is the white Westerner, as if that is the epitome of evolution. So based on this faulty premise, the only so-called solution possible would be to massively increase factory farming globally to meet the presumed increase in demand. So again, they're talking about producing animal products is an environmental hazard, is leading us to crisis, and the solution to that is not to curtail or eliminate producing animals for food, but rather to intensify the means of production through factory farming as opposed to more traditional methods of farming animals. So why factory farming? Well, this is a brief history of factory farming and its reason for being. So it goes all the way back to the late 19th to early century industrialization of mass slaughter in the Chicago stockyards. And then it really came into being fully in the 1930s as a way of minimizing costs and maximizing productions and profit. And 20 years later, in the 1950s, chickens were being packed into sheds by the thousands. It was invented in the USA, then exported to the UK in the 1950s. And then there was another big dramatic increase in factory farming. So even though it's been around since the 1930s, in the 1970s, with the advent of neoliberalism and the resulting deregulation policies, factory farming has increased dramatically over the last 50 years due to large corporate animal agribusinesses buying out small farms and turning small farmers into contracted industry suppliers. So instead of all these little farmers just owning their own little farm and producing for their local market, they're being swallowed up, they're being pushed off by their land and then swallowed up by these large conglomerates and having to become independent contractors of them and suppliers. So today, over 90% of all farmed animals around the world spend their lives on factory farms, and this includes virtually all farmed fish and approximately 74% of farmed land animals, such as chicken, cows, and pigs. So this is a picture of an early concentrated animal feedlot operation going back to the 1930s. And again, it started in the US, then it spread to the UK, but this really is a US invention specifically. So I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone here the misery of factory farming for everyone, right? Misery, sickness, unrelenting pain and suffering, obviously for the 1.6 billion animals who are kept in confinement their entire lives from pre-birth to the moment of slaughter. Many of them never see the light of day. They are debeaked, castrated, tail docked, all of this to prevent biting or other issues that come from being crammed in so tightly with other animals. It causes misery, sickness, and early death for residents living near factory farms due to massive amounts of manure and fertilizer, ammonia, polluting local land, water, and air, tens of thousands of people dying as a result of air pollution and water pollution stemming from factory farms. Terrible for small farmers who can't compete with large suppliers. They go into debt, they lose their land, and they're forced to become contract laborers to large animal agribusiness corporations. Misery, sickness, premature death for the world, as zoonotic diseases arise from keeping animals in such extremely confined and unsanitary conditions, including listeria, E. coli, foot and mouth disease, salmonella, mad cow disease, swine flu, bird flu, and of course, global pandemics like the Spanish flu and our wonderful still present COVID-19. And misery for the world, as well as factory farms emit massive amounts of greenhouse gases, contributing greatly to global warming. So for all the problems that factory farms cause, why would they be seen as the solution? Why would the creators of this concept of the livestock revolution say that this was the solution to our problems? Well, they're called concentrated animal feedlot operations for a reason, because they are concentrated into smaller spaces. And because of that, they use less land per animal. And they control the diets of the animals and the growth conditions of the animals, because the animals are all under their control every minute of the day, which means that they can make the animals much larger, as we've seen, to produce more flesh and secretions. Less water usage, because again, the animals are housed in controlled environments. They can control how much water they drink. And again, this idea that it's more resource efficient because it's using less water, less land, etc. And interestingly, even Cowspiracy highlighted this because they said the amount of land that it would take to provide current levels of US animal consumption using the more traditional farming methods would be what we see on the screen. So right now, it takes about 1/2 of the continental US land mass just to produce animals for consumption within the US. But to do it through the more traditional methods, as you can see, it would take the entire United States and Mexico and into Canada and half of South America. It would be even more resource intensive if it was the traditional methods. So in the 1970s, this was the big move towards factory farming. And here we have Earl Butz, the United States Secretary of Agriculture under Presidents Nixon and Ford, saying, get big or get out. So you're not going to survive as a small farmer. You better be part of these big, massive corporate conglomerates, or you're just going to, your business is going to fail, right? So contract labor, basically the way that it works is that you have what's called the integrator, which is the big corporation, and they're integrating everything into their organization. So, you know, you can kind of think of them as like a monopoly that's just sort of eating everything up in sight. And making it part of itself, consolidating everything. So it's integrating the providers of the animals, the feed, the veterinary care, everything comes through them. And then the farmers, ironic, they provide care, right? And they show this very caring farmer, you know, holding this little piglet. And they provide the barns and the labor to raise the animals. And supposedly the idea behind it is that it is a mutually beneficial arrangement where the farmer gets things from this big contractor, and so the farmer doesn't have to produce everything independently or provide everything independently. And of course, the integrator gets the labor of the farmers without having to buy it separately. So this is the dream, which is of course a nightmare, that is being sold to the global South. And it's this idea of, oh, you know, if you take this on, it will, not only will it provide you with more meat and dairy and animal protein, but it's also going to provide you with economic opportunities. There will be jobs, there will be opportunities to contract, that there will be ongoing business, and so your communities will flourish and blah, blah, blah. And you can see this wonderful piece of propaganda poster here that shows this beautiful, sort of landscape with camels in the background and purple flowers, and there's a cow. And then there is this woman from the global south, and she's holding these chicklets very tenderly. And this is the fantasy of the livestock revolution that's being sold. But so again, the fantasy is that the livestock revolution will provide superior nutrition and increased economic opportunities, all while providing a more environmentally sustainable way of producing animal protein for a global growing majority. And we see here again also really a hard push. This is going to benefit women. Women have not had economic opportunities. This is going to make them more financially independent, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought this was a great little image to include, and it's in a US context, but of course this is very applicable to what's going on globally, because what's happening here is that the changes that have happened to that industry here in the US are now being outsourced to the rest of the world, specifically the global south and the east. So here's the fairy tale of controlled animal feedlot operation benefits. And you have Snow White or whoever is, in that country being sold this evil apple by the witch. And it looks like it's all great, but meanwhile, underneath it, she's giving them E. coli, nitrates, gases, pesticides, antibiotics, all kinds of terrible diseases under the guise of, oh, this is so eco